Let us pray. Father, we give you thanks. We give you thanks for this moment. We give you thanks for this day. Lord God, for this is the day that you have made, Lord God. We give you thanks, mighty God, for allowing us, mighty God, for granting us the gift, Lord God, to be in the Lamb's Book of Life. Lord Jesus, we just present today's proceeding in your hands. Lord God, we say take hold and control, Lord God, in everything that is happening, mighty God. Guide even the candidates that are about to present today, Lord God. Mighty God, give them the courage and the strength, mighty God, that they need to present, mighty God, and to respond to the various questions that will be asked of them today, Lord God. Just grant them strength, mighty God, and grant us favor through today's proceeding. In the mighty and precious name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Now to our panelists. On our panel today, we'll have Mr. Granville Knight, Mr. Rovell Chambers, Miss Dr. Dimitri McGregor, Mr. Kyle Watson, and Miss Omalora Wilson. At this moment, we'll be calling our first candidate. Vying for the role of Executive Secretary, please welcome Tara K. Gentles.
Keep on rising to the top now. Keep on rising to the top. Keep on rising to the top now. Keep on rising to the top. Keep on rising to the top now. Keep on rising to the top. There's a burning fire in your heart, yeah. Fight with everything you got. They know they're afraid of us. There's levels to greatness. When you feel you're in darkness.
Ever since I was a child, I have been told my last name isn't accurate. They were right. I am not gentle. I am hardworking, dedicated, and never stop working until it's perfect. Today, once I'm elected, I am here to put these traits to work. I know the questions you might be asking. Why, as a first year, am I going for an executive position? And what qualifications do I have for this position? Who am I to represent you? To these questions, you of course need to know who I am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tara K. Gentles, a first-year chemical engineering student. I am a student skilled in organization, information processing, and keeping people on track and accountable, while also creating efficient and effective routines. These aren't skills that just show up randomly, of course. These are skills I have honed since my time within the student body at the Holy Child High School, being the president of the choir, vice captain of the basketball team, and prefect, hosting school events and maintaining order within the classrooms, on the court, and on stage. Since starting my time at this university, I have been one to place myself within positions where I could put these skills to use. During my first year, I was humbly given the opportunity to serve as a secretary of the editorial committee. I joined the committee with the sole purpose of bringing accurate and efficient information to the students and fostering the school spirit within the university committee, while also putting other students in the spotlight, ironically, without being in the spotlight myself. But now, while I am putting myself in the spotlight, my principles and the reasons I am vying for the position of executive secretary have not changed. To put it simply, I know there are students who are willing and want to know what's happening in the UTech community. They want to know about these events. They want the university experience, not just the stress of academics. And it falls on the student union to not only focus on academic affairs, but also inform and represent the UTech student body on what is happening within the school to build meaningful connections with the people who we will be working with in the future when we walk across that graduation stage. In my time as the secretary of the editorial committee, I created meeting agendas and minutes, conducted orders for the current editorial committee shirts and wrote many sponsorship letters. While I know the role of secretary isn't just the traditional task, I am more than willing to learn and adapt to this role. Which leads to where I am now, declaring myself as the right choice to represent my fellow colleagues while serving on the student union, holding myself true to the 4 core values of a secretary. Organization, committing myself to developing an efficient, effective system for the documents the student unions hold. Creating routines for the student union business office to ensure that everything in the office, from the stationery to the equipment used, is always maintained for the most effective and efficient use. Creating a team of secretariats which would consist of members selected by me to aid the administration office, along with the appointed secretaries from all committees and representatives of the union, regardless of which campus they study at. This will be done to have the union as efficient and as possible in proper documentation of committee/representative minutes and improve transparency and accountability within the union. I will host administrative seminars for the secretaries of the union committees/representatives to get them acquainted with the newly innovative system using tracking the representative body progress and student-informed issues forums using a program accredited by the Jamaica Small Business Development Airtable, while also creating dedicated schedules for them to be active within the administrative office without compromising confidential material. Transparency. Clear, concise, and accurate announcements, minutes, and summaries sent out to the union and students in adequate time. This will consist of bringing back USU updates by working with the School of Computing and Information Technology, creating a public tracker detailing all promises made by the union members to the student union website to allow all students to see the status of their promises, hindrances, and results in real time, using Gantt charts as a background framework to collect the data from the Student Union Council members on the promises they have made. Working with the Vice President Public Relations to ensure all events and notices are posted on the University Student Union website, notice boards around campus, and Student Union social media pages at least 5 working days before the event commences, for the ease of access of information for both union members and the students within a reasonable time frame. Accountability. Holding the union members accountable for their actions and promises. I will be consistent in terms of keeping track of union members' attendance during meetings, keeping in accordance with the Constitution to suspend privileges such as free use of the laundromat and using the business office for discounted printing, or going through the process of suspension of any member who continues to violate the Constitution in response to warnings given. Collaborate with the union council members, creating schedules ahead of time to keep the union on track with all posts and notices that need to be published publicly on a timely basis, giving adequate time to students to prepare and participate within school activities. Work with the director of the Electoral Committee in keeping the UTech Student Union Council in compliance with the regulations and ensure they are held accountable. Representation. Allow me to be the bridge between the students and the university to advocate and find solutions for issues that may arise within the university. Work with all student union. This will entail me working with all student union council executive members, more specifically, the president of the student union, the vice president of academic affairs, clubs and societies, and the vice president of finance, in confirming meetings and handling preparations in order to stand against unfair price increases against the students and work out feasible payment deadlines and try to find a solution for students to explore the options for clubs within an allotted time. Work with the faculty of representatives and the Western Campus representative to create an online feedback surveys to be permanently posted on the Student Union website and pages and social media pages to ensure that action plans are made as per request of the student body for the success and comfortability of the students, both prospective and returning. These are not just promises. These are commitments that are woven in the title. I do not only hold myself in high regard, but I also hold others in that same regard in terms of trust and the time people have given me. I fully believe no one should be in a university with such prestige as this one and have little to no connections with each other or have this much trouble getting access to information. So please allow me to use a quote I don't normally use. However, my father uses it all the time. Do the right thing. Put the X beside Excel and let's excel together. Allow me to represent and serve you on the Student Union Council as your executive secretary.
Thank you, Ms. Gentles. Now we'll be going to our panelists for their set of questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gentles. How are you?
Good afternoon, I'm perfectly fine.
Wonderful. What time did you get here today for the foreign line?
I had a class at 8 a.m., so I came here from around 7 o'clock.
Okay, so you're here from
Early.
for the foreign line from 7.
Yes,
Okay.
basically.
All right, interesting. All right, all right. So, we're here on time for 3 p.m. to start the foreign line process.
Yes.
Okay, you are here.
Yes.
All right, wonderful. All right, your manifesto focuses heavily on systems and organization. In one sentence, I want you to tell me what makes you the most effective person to execute and coordinate the work of the student union.
I believe I am the most effective person as I personally do not like, if I am allowed to speak freely, madness. I love organization. Within my school time, I have organized things from my personal life and from even within the school community, within my classes. And even before I went to this university, I was coordinating my friends who also came into the university at the same time as me to help them to get information and understand the information that the school has given.
And you believe that's enough for you to be qualified or to be effective in this post?
I do not believe that's enough, but I believe that it is a starting point for me to be enough for the union.
Interesting. So what's your motivation? Like, why executive secretary? Why not another post like PR? Because you mentioned a lot of public relations in your introduction, your speech, as to how you were impactful while you were in high school as well as on the PR committee. Why not go for public relations?
I do not believe I am very much qualified or a quote-unquote fun enough person for public relations.
Fun?
In my view, the public relation has to have a certain vibe to them. They have to bring forth a community within a sense. I can bring forth that community within organizations and trying to listen out. However, I'm not that person to promote.
All right. Can you tell me what are the business operations of the Students' Union?
They offer printing, they offer school supplies, they also offer lamination, if I remember correctly, and they offer printing, lamination, school supplies, and I believe they have a new system that was implemented of a give to take box where they have a donation box at the side of the union office where you can take what you need.
And those are all the business operations?
Regarding to the students, student access, I believe so.
You're sure?
I believe so. I'm not fully sure.
All right. I'm encouraging you to do some more research on that, all right?
I will.
All right, so are there any perceived shortcomings of the business operations in the UTech Students Union that you believe you can improve on or there needs to be improvement on?
I believe that it should be I believe that it should be a bit more focused towards where you can bring issues to, as it's not just a place where you can print. It's not a print tray really. It's a business office for the students union, and you should be able to come to this business office and be able to bring an issue regarding the student union.
That's non-business though. I'm asking about business operations. As that's where you are focused on in terms of the office of an executive secretary, business operations. So business, you know what's the purpose of a business?
Yes,
What's the purpose?
to create profit.
Right, so I'm asking in that regard.
I believe we could be promoted a bit more to understand that we do actually have a business office. In my first year, I did not know where it really was or what they offered. So I believe we can promote what we offer a bit more, like the school supplies. My apologies for stuttering.
Okay, no problem.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gentles. Granville Knight here. Outside of meetings, what are 3 roles and responsibilities of the Executive Secretary?
The executive secretary is supposed to be a part of the finance committee. The executive secretary is supposed to keep logs of all the documents within the business office, and is to, my apologies, to be a part of the finance committee, control the logs of the student union, and to distribute the, pardon me, can you repeat the constructions you said? No minutes or?
I said outside of meetings, what are 3 roles and responsibilities of the Executive Secretary?
Okay, thank you. It is to hold the logs of the union, to be a part of the financial committee in handling a report, and to be a part of the executive body in confirming what the clubs and societies how they should operate, or administering clubs and societies.
What are the logs of the office?
The logs, those are the reports.
Have you read the Constitution?
Yes,
When?
I read it earlier.
When?
I was just reading it.
Just now.
Yes.
When did you submit your manifesto to the Students' Union to be
Yesterday.
presented?
Yesterday.
When was it supposed to be submitted?
I was not giving a deadline. I assume it was told 2 p.m. of
Monday.
Monday.
Were you aware of that?
Pardon?
Were you aware of that the deadline for submission of manifesto so that I could look at it today should have been from Monday?
No.
So as someone who is vying for executive secretary, you weren't aware of the operations and procedures of this election campaign, correct?
That is correct.
There's a principle that I run by as a leader, and that is the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. So are you now saying that how you're going to handle yourself, if it is that you're expecting others? Let's go to meetings, because it seems like that is perhaps the key thing and the only thing that you know about the office of the executive secretary. Is it that you are going to allow minutes or submission of reports to come late for BOR and the respective council meetings?
No.
But you did not abide by the time.
This was because it was not stated to me. As I said, I am a first year. I was not aware of the electoral proceedings, and I was asking and we were told that we will be given the proceedings or how we should submit things the day after. Or
So you're saying that the persons who put together this election did not do a good job in terms of briefing the candidates? Is that what you're saying?
that is what I'm saying, yes.
All right. Since that is the case, what would you have done differently in terms of supporting the council to ensure that this election campaign is executed better come next year, using this year as an example?
Well, first of all, I would have the Vice President PR promote the election nominations a bit earlier than what they have posted, and posted it a little harder because I was a part of the people who signed up during the extended deadline, and because I was not aware that elections were even keeping. And then I would have had a detailed schedule provided to the candidates as soon as the first minute meeting had arrived.
All right. Another question. Outside of your secretarial duties, you are aware that you are an executive on the council.
That is correct.
What's one or two duties as an executive of the council that you are aware of?
I am aware that we are needed to approve where the logo is used and if the union's name can be used, and I am aware that it must be. I apologize.
I'm going to stop it. That's his PR. The Vice President PR handles all materials pertaining to the insignia of the Students' Union and how that is used. Are you aware that the Executive Secretary has a role to play in the discipline of committee members?
Yes,
So why didn't you say that?
I blanked out. I apologize for that.
So as a leader, you can't handle pressure?
No, I can handle pressure.
Okay.
I
All
was
right.
just not aware. It didn't just come to me at that time.
All right. Another question. I'm of the knowledge that several council members are recommended for disciplinary action in the last council, but to date, no such actions have been taken. As Executive Secretary, can the students who will place you in office guarantee that you will actually ensure that disciplinary measures are met?
Yes.
If these,
My apologies. I thought you were.
I don't ask yes or no questions. If you come up with a situation where council members are supposed to be disciplined, how would you handle that matter?
I would first issue warnings of what the issue is about, and if there is nothing being done with that union council member, I would suspend their privileges, and if nothing is done after that from the union member, I will go through the process of suspension.
That's in the Constitution or
Well,
the bylaws?
yes,
You're sure? You have read that since day?
I believe I have.
You believe you have. All right, I'm going to let Dr. McGregor clarify that for me. Who is the current Executive Secretary?
Tamal McLeod,
She's present on the current council?
I believe she's on leave.
For how long?
I'm not aware.
So you have not had any conversation with her?
I have.
What has she said to you?
It was hard to get in contact with her because she's on leave.
She's a student here?
Yes.
I'm going to pass on the mic to someone else. Dimitri, you want to take this?
All right, Ms. Gentles,
Yes.
some very interesting responses there. You mentioned accountability, and Granville asked a while ago about disciplining a union member. What if the union member is an executive? How do you proceed with that?
I believe it is the same procedure.
You will suspend them?
Well,
Are you understanding the whole that doesn't make any sense?
yes.
Good afternoon, Miss Gentles.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm very nervous.
Well, that is expected. But just go easy. Just, breathe, go easy. So, Miss Gentles, if you were to narrow down the role of a secretary to three things, what would those three things be?
Well, they are in my manifesto.
No. Don't even look in your manifesto. What I want you to say, based on the role of the secretary, if you were to limit it to three things, out the top of your head, what would those three things be? You don't look at the manifesto. You wrote it based on what you want. So you would have researched the portfolio, right?
Yes.
So I'm just saying, based on that, what would you limit those three roles that you should do?
Organization, accountability, and representation.
All right, let's speak on accountability. What would you say accountability in that regards would be? Accountability in what way? You said accountability.
Accountability is keeping the
Not what it is, but when you limit it to that role, what would you see yourself doing regarding accountability?
well, I'll be ensuring that the representatives are being truthful to their promises and are done within the academic year that they are promoting in their manifestos.
All right. So what are some of the things that you would do actively to ensure that persons are on timelines, persons are accountable for things that they have presented to the council?
I will create a Gantt chart with all the promises and how the timeline will work with the members to create a quarterly timeline for their promises.
Okay, all right. As the executive secretary, you're going to also be in charge of organizing and executing events, right? Have you ever had any experience with that?
I have not.
All right, that's okay. That's okay. No further questions.
Gentles.
Hi, Miss Gentles. How are you?
Hi. I'm
Huh?
fine.
You're doing
fine.
okay? Okay, I'm happy to hear. It's very difficult to put up yourself for a position, especially in the executive level. There is this narrative that secretaries, are that a word? Thank you so much, are known, or their role is to just write minutes and keep notes and present it to whether it's the body or just the wider student population. But at this level, it's rather difficult. And so while we're drilling you to ensure that you understand that when you take up this role, you have to present yourself as a force to be reckoned with because you're going to do big people things, yeah? No, you are a first year student. You've made it clear. And you would have also highlighted some of the shortcomings you would have experienced as a first-year student. So you're not seeing this being presented properly. You weren't aware of the deadline. But here are the things. These things would have happened, but you would have not been able to see them for whatever reason that may be. My question to you, taking up the position as an executive secretary is a demanding task, right? What's your name again? Tarake? Yes. Tarake. How do you plan to better yourself going forward, because you have about 3 months before you officially take up the position, and then you have to prepare yourself for retreat and you're ready to go? How will Tarake, based on the questions that we've asked here, yes, it's difficult for you to answer, how are you going to prepare yourself effectively should you be successful in getting this position?
I would dedicate my time into learning, having a better understanding of the role that I'm going into. I will then, because I'm a first year student, section out my time within my days to understand how to navigate school and the Student Union Council role as as an executive member. And I will contact with the elected council members in understanding their role as well and ensuring that my role and their role is compatible.
All right, then. My second question to you, they asked you if you read the Constitution. You say you read the Constitution before you came up here. The Constitution in and of yourself, especially as a secretary, is your Bible. This is what you work with, and nobody can question the secretary about the Constitution because you're supposed to know your Constitution, right? So even something as saying that you're going to suspend councillors just so, you don't have that authority. That's the whole reason you're part of a disciplinary committee. You get me? So you have to read your thing. No. I read through your manifesto and I see where you talk, say I go partner with a lot of people to do a lot of things. Where are you so far with that? Because it's one thing to come and say you're going to do it, but you have to sure that these people are welcoming of you, Tarake, to get this done. So the partnership where you have with the Jamaica Business Development, the partnership where you have with the computing students, where are you with that?
I have a good relationship with the School of Computing students. And as a regards to the small business development, Jamaica Small Business Development, my older sister is a member of them, so I will be able to have access to Airtable.
So you're saying nepotism is how you're going to run the union?
I would not say nepotism. I would say that I will be using the resources that I have available to me.
I don't think you understand the question. She didn't ask, the question asked wasn't who you know, how's the relationship. She asked, how far are you in the plans that you have to execute? You said you're going to execute these plans. How far are you in the planning stage? Where are you in this entire process? Have you already had dialogue with the plans that you have, and they have said we are going to make X amount of commitment? Have you spoken to the persons in leadership within these different organizations? That's the question she's asking.
Okay, thank you for Thank you for clarifying the question. My apologies, I'm very nervous. And with the School of Computing and Information Technology, I am in development stage, and with the small business development, I have not started there as yet.
All right, I'm not going to pressure you any further because it is evident that you're not aware of what your true responsibilities are. In our history, or in the years of good governance, we have had no first-year students serving on the role of the executive in the years of good governance, and I'm making clear of that. However, I'm going to give you the commendation to actually, because it said that you applied in the extended period, which means that those who have had all the years of experience and exposure chose not to take up this role and responsibility. And as a first-year student, you saw a gap, you saw an opportunity to lead, and you take that. And because of that, I just want to give you my commendation for that. Can she get a round of applause for that?
Thank you very much.
Quite likely you're not going to lose this election because you're the only person vying for the position. Unless they vote for no confidence, and no confidence is yet to win a seat on the Students' Union. Wait, that happened? Well, on the executive. All right. Well, we'll come back to that. So here's my recommendation to you. You're going to get a very deep baptism by immersion into what the council is. You have what, 3 more years to grow, which means it gives you the opportunity to learn and grow within student leadership. It is your responsibility to reach out to every single executive secretary. I mean, not talk those who have gone in recent years, because the last executive secretary has been missing since the elections. Since the elections conducted, she has been missing since the beginning of her portfolio. So you need persons who have had experience. Speak to the permanent secretaries in the office, find out from them who these persons are, and find out how it is that you can truly effectively execute your duties. Based upon what we as past council members have seen and is seeing, the council is woefully lacking as it relates to organization. Learn the constitution. Learn the leaders of the organization outside of the council in terms of those that run the university, the presidents, those persons. Because in the event that the council is failing itself to operate effectively, unfortunately, you will need the side of administration to help you govern things properly. But you have a team of persons, a team of resource persons outside of the persons who have failed in their duties that are willing to support you. There are people who love the students and love the institution for what it stands for and what it has given us. Take advantage of that. All right? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, panelists. Now we'll be taking questions from our audience. Do we have any questions? No questions. Do we have any coming from online? Confirm. All right, there's nothing to ask. All right, no questions. So with that, we'll be moving on to the next candidate. Thank you, Ms. Gentles.
Thank you very much.
At this time, we'll take the candidate vying for the post of Vice President, Public Relations, Mr. Orlando Carby.
Good afternoon. All right. Good afternoon, knights, panelists, and fellow contestants. My name is Orlando Carby, and today I stand before you as a candidate for Vice President of Public Relations. I've come to understand that public relations goes far beyond just pictures and videos. It's about driving change and creating meaningful impact. I'm not just running to hold a title, but to deliver genuine results. Leadership is not new to me, and it did not start at UTech. Since high school, as early as grade 7, I became a part of the student council and remained actively involved throughout my entire high school journey. In grade 11, I was appointed as a prefect, which taught me what it takes to be a true leader. Additionally, in one of my first jobs, I worked as a public relations officer for a company based in England, which further developed my knowledge and expertise in this field. You may ask, why public relations? About 4 years ago, I got involved in public relations and quickly discovered a passion for it. That passion pushed me to take it seriously. And when I came to UTech, I pursued that interest by serving as a public relations officer within the FYE program, joining my Darren's Public Relations Committee, and recently becoming the sober first-year experience coordinator. Through consistency, creativity, and hard work, I have demonstrated my commitment to this field, proving that I not only have the passion, but also the experience required for this position. As VPPR, the duties are clear. To be the bridge between the council and the university, to support events, and most importantly, to connect you, the students, to the union that serves you. Right now, there's a major issue, which is communication. Too many students don't know where to find critical information, or even know that there is a union body that represents them. That needs to change. To fix this, practical and effective systems will be implemented. Firstly, the focus will be on using a mix of methods supported by better promotion and clear documentation to ensure information reaches everyone effectively. Secondly, we will engage more with all faculties across all campuses. Many faculties feel left out, and to address this, there will be a dedicated day for each faculty. This initiative will be school-specific, ensuring that every group feels valued, included, and fully appreciated. Student Subcommittee. A system where students can serve on the subcommittees on their faculty representatives, allowing them to contribute while completing community service requirements. These initiatives aim to future leaders for the council while improving engagement between the students and the counselors. Sponsorships and scholarships. This will also be a major focus. Through effective promotion and increased visibility, these partnerships will not only support our events, but also create real opportunities for students, including scholarships, grants, internships, and access to valuable resources. With strong promotion and organized systems, we will build partnerships where both the union and our sponsors benefit. In early September, I plan to initiate leadership development sessions. For counselors to develop more of the experience gained over the summer, these sessions will involve past leaders in various positions, mentoring and training new counselors, helping to ensure a smoother transition into their roles. Counselor of the Month recognition. A monthly recognition system to highlight outstanding counselors, increasing transparency and allowing students to clearly see who is delivering results. And lastly, at the end of every month, we will hold our pitch to policy meetings, giving students the opportunity to speak to their representatives with ideas to improve faculty and university life. This initiative will help to bridge the gap between the union and the student body by fostering more interactive and visible engagement. While the union works to serve the student, it is equally important that the students feel and actively participate in these efforts, as they are the ones that we are advocating for. Yes, our counselors are doing the work, but it needs stronger communication to reach you. Nice, this is your union, this is your voice, so make the right choice and let's lead with Lando. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carby. We'll now be going over to our panelists.
Greetings, Sir Carby. How are you?
Greetings, I'm fine. How are you?
I am doing well, thanks. You're a first-year student?
Yes, sir. I'm a first-year student.
Interesting. And you thought it best to go for an executive role in your first year? Why is that so?
I believe I have the necessary experience and knowledge in this field.
You know that you are vying for a position that represents over 9,000 students, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. You mentioned something interesting. You mentioned that too many students don't know where to find what and all of that. Which students are you referring to? Did you do a survey? Did you go out and talk to those students?
Yes, sir.
How did you arrive at that fact?
Yes, sir. Especially when I was campaigning, most of the students that I talked to didn't even know that we had a union. And that made me realize that it's a lack of communication between the union and the students.
So question, how did you find out about the election?
I found out about elections from the persons on my dorm through social media and Yeah, and through social media.
What dorm are you from?
I'm from the Donald Ferguson Hall.
Interesting. Interesting. All right. So you mentioned also that there are faculties that feel left out, and that one of your mandate would be to provide some form of communication to faculties. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that there are faculty representatives that would be in office to represent
Yes.
those faculties?
Yes, sir, but I plan to work with them and initiate that.
So are you saying then that the faculty representatives are
No, sir. I'm just saying that we will work together to make sure everything runs as smoothly.
So you're saying that they're not effective?
No, sir, I'm not saying that.
All right, Mr. Carby. All right, you mentioned potential sponsorships. Or you mentioned sponsorships or partnerships.
Yeah.
What are these potential sponsorships that you have in mind that you'll be reaching out to partner with?
So far I reached out to Maxfield Baker, where I'm trying to get, for each first year student, that's what they are agreeing with so far, each first year student will get a bun for the upcoming Easter. It's not a lot, but I'm sure the person. Yes, sir. So I'm sure there are persons that won't be able to afford bun and be able to enjoy Easter as others would. So I think this is a good initiative.
Interesting.
Yes, sir.
So are you, well, should you not be successful in this post, you're saying that the bond will still be given to the students?
Yes, sir. I'm working on that. Yes, sir.
Mr. Carby,
Yes, sir.
good evening.
Good evening, sir.
So, first thing I always ask, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm good. You're a stalwart?
Yes, sir. I'm a stalwart.
All right. So, I'm here and I'm looking through the emails everywhere for your manifesto, to write on your manifesto. I am seeing everyone else's manifesto, not yours. Did you send in a manifesto?
Yes, sir. It was uploaded to the Google Drive
When? When was that?
today.
What?
And also, okay, sorry about that. But yesterday, my manifesto was uploaded on my page, and I collaborated with US2 electorals. Well, my mistake about that.
I am not seeing a manifesto. And even if it was done today, why today? Look, all you had time. There was time, right? And I'm not seeing a manifesto.
Okay, wait.
This is a poor reflection as a PR and as somebody that is even from FARQ.
Sir, I was not. Let's
FARQ,
okay,
you make
let's
him
not
do
say
that too, no?
let's not say
Let me just say, I really and truly wasn't expecting that, because now normally I make notes on it. But I can't. What I will do, I'll ask question nonetheless, but that is not a good look. What would you say the role of the PR would be?
The role of the PR is to be the image of the union. It's to advocate for the students, make sure that their voices are heard, their concerns are met, and to make sure that they are aware of what's going on around them.
So you make sure that they know what's going on around them, right?
Yes, sir.
There's also a part of it that deals with visibility and branding. What are you going to do in those regards for the students' union?
All right, so in my manifesto, I'm sorry I didn't get to see it.
Couldn't.
Yeah, we have plans to improve communication and engagement. We will have underground posters about events, and we also will have social media. So not every student have different preferences. So we can't just use one way of branding and engagement, because we are trying to reach all the students of UTech.
All right, Mr. Carby, that has to deal with your or you're going to reach student. I'm talking about, so the brand of UTech Students Union, the logo that is right there, I think the brand itself is not being pushed as it could be. You understand? So I'm saying, what can you do to improve the brand of UTech Students Union?
Okay, so another policy in my manifesto is that we are trying to make counselors being more seen by students. Because as I said in my speech, students don't know about the union. And while this counselors being out here more would allow more students to know that we are here, we are a union body that representing them. And that will be better branding.
All right. So, this is your first year, right?
Yes, sir, it's my first year.
What did you do leadership-wise at the school before you came, at your school before this?
I was a prefect and I was a part of the student council.
You're a part of the student council. So there's some level of advocacy.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me put a scenario to you and find out how you'd handle a scenario such as that.
Okay.
One of the main role of the VPPR is crisis management. A lot of us don't talk about crisis management that much, but it is very, very significant and has come into play a lot often, or more often than you would think over the years. So, there's a case. Something happened with a council member, right? There's whatever rumor going on with a council member saying that the council member steals something and money is being misappropriated and things are happening. Students come to you, Mr. Carby, walk on, my son have the money. Well, how will you handle a situation like that? Go.
Okay. So I say to the students that as a union body, first of all, we don't condone any of those actions. And we are here to represent you, advocate for you, and serve you. As a union body, we have implemented some disciplinary actions, and that council member have been kicked off permanently from the council.
So you kick off the man already and not even do like an interview, listen, all right. I know it's a hypothetical situation, but this could be your friend on the council, you know. It's a hypothetical situation. And you're going to say, even if it's a friend, you're going to kick him off. Say, fine. I am saying you don't have the wherewithal nor the power to do that immediately. There's panels, there's TORs for committees, and so forth. What I want you to get through to you is this. You will have to manage the crisis.
Yes, sir.
You will have to be the face of the council. You would have to meet and find out what the issue is, right? And then when you find out what the issue is, then you would have to communicate to the student via advisory to say, all right, this is the matter, and this is how we're dealing with the matter, right?
Yes,
you might have to ask the person to recluse themselves until the matter is resolved. So there's certain things that you should do. Don't kick them from the council. You don't even know if them thief anything, right? So I know that you're a first year, and I understand that, you know, you put yourself up. But all I'm asking, as I said, some of these little minor things you need to do to prepare yourself. Because the reason why sometimes I ask difficult questions is because you will be representing the students in front of the university, right? And if you can't handle this, then you can't handle that, right?
True.
So we have to ask the questions so that we can exhaust to see, so the students can see how your viability and whether or not you are able to do it, right? So that is the reason why we ask the questions that we ask, right? Also, when I was talking to you about branding, you made mention of, you know, telling the councillors how to represent and so forth. But some things like memorabilia, like jerseys, armbands, you know, put the brand out there. The brand is just not there as much as it used to be, right? Keeping more events or help persons who have events to keep more events. And you notice I am not trying to...
Yes, sir, I understand.
I'm giving you... It's because you're running alone.
Yes, sir.
Right? So you will have to do this, and the organization is an organization that I was a part of. I want to see the betterment of the organization, right? So you have to do the research for the things that you come here, and we appreciate that, but do the due diligence and the work. All right? That's it for me.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Mr. Carby,
Yes, sir.
You have to understand that the UTech Students Union is a multi-million-dollar organization, right? And you are vying for an executive position. And so you must also understand with the 9,000 students that are there to be represented, it is interesting to note that in elections over the years, the numbers have been going down,
Yes, sir.
such that it's probably in the 700s now in terms of the totality, in terms of the number of persons who are voting. As VPPR, how do you plan to expand on that reach such that you surpass that amount in the coming year, that should you be given this post?
All right, so for me, that's just a matter of promotion and communication, because I believe stuff could be around the school. For example, posters to let students know about this event. I don't believe seeing any posters around the school about this election. It's only online, and not every student rely on social media. So I believe that would be a good plan.
Okay, that's one. What else?
As I mentioned, posting on social media, we should do it. For example, if we're having an event, I believe there should be a 2 weeks notice so students can prepare for the event if they plan on going. A 1 week notice, students might have plans in that week. So I believe implementing stuff with better and longer periods of time.
Mr. Carby, we need more strategy than that. We're talking about 9,000 students.
Yes, sir.
More than that. And the voter turnout is crazy, like about 7%. Posting flyers alone and continuing the same thing that has been done over the years doesn't make any sense. What new strategy do you plan to employ?
I plan to employ strategies that, all right, firstly, we need to know why the students aren't aware of this. We need to conduct surveys and let them give suggestions about how we can improve and make it a better turnout to fit their schedules.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I must applaud you. That should have been the first thing you should have mentioned, because you must first conduct an analysis of feasibility, at least, to understand the nature of the environment. There could be several reasons, and with that analysis, you can come up with a new strategy to figure out how then to reach them. And furthermore, that feasibility will let you know if you're actually reaching the 9,000 people. Because if you do the feasibility study and you reach the same 700, it doesn't make any sense.
Sure.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
So think about it.
It's just a follow-up to your feasibility study. So, question, how do you plan to reach the students? You're having challenges reaching them through social media and with posters. So how do you plan to reach them with the feasibility study? So how do you plan to get enough students to conduct the feasibility study?
I plan, as the PR committee, my team and I would go around and give physical surveys and see what students say. Because as I said, with the social media thing, we aren't really meeting or reaching the amount that we want. So going around while students are on campus, I believe we will get a better turnout.
Sir Carby,
Yes, sir.
to the outgoing council, you have failed the students. And let me just address you guys. I'm not even going to address the young man on the stage just yet. You're telling me that you had so many reps running, so many directors on council, so many executives. And it took 2 first-year students who is not aware of the running of this university to have the courage to come and stand up to represent the students. Year after year, I come to you and I say continuation plan has to be the foremost, most important thing in your tenure, to train someone to take over from your portfolios. And you're telling me that none of you have done that? In the last year, we have had 2 resignations from executives. The PR has resigned from the first semester. So the council is running without a VP PR, nor an executive council. And Percy, as a president, this I go drop on your shoulder. I'm a friend, but may I tell it as it is. If the university and if representation is supposed to move forward, we have to be more proactive. I can't ask a young man no questions because really and truly he might do the best that he can based upon what he knows. And I pray to God that this is the final year that I'm going to address this. And I'm addressing it before the student population because I've addressed it in private to the executives prior. I've spoken to almost all of you after every single election. Student leaders who are going, you have failed the students. And I pray that as you matriculate into other positions hereafter, that you will do better. Sir Carby, there's one question that I have to ask. Are you a quitter?
No,
because
sir.
over the last few years, as soon as the executives and some council members come face to face with the reality of what it takes to represent students, they back away and so the organization itself crumble. Are you a quitter? What guarantee can we have that when you are elected, since you're going up uncontested, that when you are elected, you will not quit and fail the students who are here backing you today?
All right. I want to say to all students, I am no quitter. Before I did this position, and I realized that no one was coming for this position, as a student, I was like, okay, let me step up. And many persons doubted this. They were telling me that, do not do this. But my dorm taught me that I can achieve my goals against all odds.
Crisis management. I have no further questions.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Okay, sir.
Hi, Mr. Carby.
Hello.
I don't really have much questions, just some recommendations
Okay.
going forward as the VP of Public Relations. Yes, you have to remember, because this is something that got me too when I was guild president. You have to understand the space that you're operating in. Watch me. You said a while ago that you're going to put up flyers and posters, etc. I am not reading a flyer or a poster. In fact, you are not reading a flyer or a poster. What I will do is probably watch a TikTok video or a reel.
True.
If I feel so moved that it is relatable to me. You must understand your target population and what exactly works for your target population. Personally, I think, and this is just my humble opinion, that the union page is doing the best they can.
Thanks.
Who will follow, who won't. But in order for me as a first year to follow the union page, I must first feel as if the union page is relatable to me. So the onus is on you going forward to ensure that all social media platforms, because we don't even read our UTech emails that they give to us. So our social media platforms are centered around what University of Technology students care about. That's your role, right? You must also realize that the role of a VP of Public Relations is not social media management, it's public relations. As an institution with over 9,000 students, what is the VP of Public Relations saying about national issues that affect their 9,000 students? Are your VP committee members, so those who are PR, whatever, for a faculty or in a hall, actively communicating with you about matters that are affecting the students so you can share it too? So it's more beyond just, what is hip and hop. But when persons, my mind is branding and imaging, you're in charge of that. When persons look at UTech Students Union, do they consider them to be a hub of information relatable to young people or students who are trying to attain higher education, or are we just social media savvy? You get me?
Yes, yes.
So it's way more beyond, having committees and doing committee member of the month. Nobody really cares about that when it stands on the outside looking on the inside. Yes, I am reading from your constitution. I assume you're in charge of the interfaculty debate competition.
Yes, miss.
That is a written thing in your constitutional duties. You have not mentioned anything about what you're going to do, so interfaculty debate competition stands at the helm of what it is. You understand me? So you can't reject your outright duties to come put in student committees, etc., etc. What you do about that? You know, I think, like Sir Granville would have said, that you have potential. Like, all of us have potential as either university students or just young people or just people who are trying to make it. Yes, your support system will be there for you, I'm hoping, but you have to ensure, because right now, after Granville just give that big speech, but first years taking up position, the onus is on you, Carby, to prove yourself right and prove anybody who say that first year you're probably not going to do right, run. That is an onus on you. So get yourself together, you know, learn your role as a VP of Public Relations, and I think you'll be fine. All the best.
Okay, miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists. Do we have any questions from the floor?
Remember your name, sir?
Orlando Carby.
All right, Mr. Carby. So as one of the panelists would have said, and I totally agree with this, the outgoing council would have failed students. How do you plan to improve the students' union image? As many students would say, union are foolishness. How do you plan to fix that or convince them that that is not true and ensure they understand the importance of the union?
All right, so one of my points in my manifesto, let me just go at it real quick, is, okay, leadership development sessions. And we state that students will be able to work in subcommittees in the council as a part of community service. So with that, students will be able to learn about leadership roles, and then when future leaders leave, they can be able to take over those roles effectively.
I don't know if that answered the question.
Repeat your question, please.
Okay, so I was saying that as one of the panelists would have said, and I totally agree with this, the outgoing council would have failed the students. How do you plan to improve the union image, as many students would say union are foolishness, and how do you plan to fix that or convince them of the importance of the union?
All right, so we plan to be more out there and engage with students to let them know that we are one union. A lot of you persons don't know that the union is all of the registered students are part of the UTech. So we need to remind them that we are a part of union, have more events that can benefit them.
All right, no further questions.
Next question, please.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so I have a small question. So you said you posted your manifesto this morning, correct?
Yes, miss.
I want to know, because you also said that you would be posting posters 2 weeks in advance. How can we as the students trust that you're going to keep your word if you posted your manifesto this morning and you were supposed to post it in advance?
All right, so as a VPPR, I will make sure that happens. And I posted my manifesto today because I wasn't aware that I was to put it on the Google Drive. I was just aware that I was supposed to put it on social media and send it in the group for approval. So when I'm elected, if I'm elected, I will make sure that never happens again and that changes, and that every member that's running fully know the rules that they should follow.
How are you going to make sure that happens? How? Okay, all right, let me move on to my next question. My apologies. So in your role of VPPR, how do you plan on balancing representing the students while protecting the union? How do you plan on doing that?
That's a great question. All right, so we'll make sure that everything we do, well, everything we do already is for the students. So we'll make sure that continue, so our reputation isn't affected in a bad way. Did that answer your question?
Not really, but okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, please be respectful to the persons asking questions. Do not pressure anyone not to ask their questions. That is the purpose of this event currently, okay? All right, next question, please.
All right, Gab, good afternoon. Firstly, I would just like similar to the panel, to give commendations to you as a first year who is willing to step to the floor and represent. In as much as you'll hear a lot of jeers here today, I think that's a very a good step forward in terms of leadership and advocacy. What I've heard so far is largely along the lines of student relationship, you communicating with the students. But what also is important as VPSPR is your relationship with our corporate entities, right? You've been told that this is a multi-million-dollar institution, so necessarily that means that you're going to need to build rapport with our corporate entities, Red Bull, ministries, NGOs, things of that nature. To your credit, and really to the benefit of your portfolio, PR is like one of the biggest committees that exist on the student union. You're going to have a lot of persons wanting to sign up because you have a lot of creative thoughts. So my recommendation to you as a potential candidate or the potential VP of PR is to ensure that when you're forming your committee, you ensure that you incorporate not just first years who have a lot of creative ideas that they want to put forward, but also experienced second, third, fourth, final years persons who would have served on these committees. You can reach out to the former PR personnel, see how they did things, learn from them, their mistakes, and things of that nature. But ensure that what you do going forward, you don't quit. You ensure that you build back stronger on what already exists, and as much as it's not working to its best, ensure that, you know, learn from the mistakes of the past, incorporate young people like yourselves, and expand on what already exists. Those are my 2 cents.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions coming from the floor? Okay, I'll now be moving on to the online questions. Beyond likes and shares, what metrics do you use to determine if a PR campaign actually improved student life?
Actually improve the student life? All right, so I would say if there are more students that's turning out to events, if there are more students that are commending the union, that answer your question? Okay.
What platforms do you plan to use, and how will you ensure the information reaches students and is engaging enough for them to want to take part?
Engaging enough. All right, so platforms I would use is, as I said, social media. It means social media platforms, right? Okay, so social media platforms. With the social media platforms, I'll use the famous ones, obviously. Could you repeat the last part of the question, please? Okay.
What platforms do you plan to use, and how will you ensure the information reaches students and is engaging enough for them to want to take part?
All right, okay. So students just don't want to see information. They want to see information that benefit them and can be useful for them. So posting videos, just posting stuff on social media alone, it has to be attractive. As young people, we get bored very easily. So the engagement will be, let's say, better just better engagement overall, and more attractive, and stuff that will be beneficiary to them.
Confirming, you're saying you're going to be using social media platforms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As VPPR, you are the medium that controls the wider perception of the USU. If there were to be a public incident regarding union membership, give us a live press release. That's us. recommendation. Okay? Moving on.
Okay.
How do you plan to change the perception of the union among students, especially around the starting of each semester?
As I said, we need to make students be aware that we are one union. Now, and we are fighting for them, we are advocating for them, and we are doing all just for them.
Okay. PR and marketing materials, merch, professional videography, ads, cost money. How do you justify the PR spend to students who would rather see the money go towards direct student services or grants?
Okay, so this money will be from sponsorships. So it won't be, all right, I'll work with the VP of Finance to make sure that our money is spending reliable. Because at the end of the day, we are here for the students. So the main thing will be, firstly, on top of everything, we make sure that the students are being benefited.
I'm just going to re-ask the question. How do you justify the PR spend to students who would rather see that money go toward direct student services or grants?
Everything that we do is for you and beneficial to you. So even though it's not going to grants, at the end of the day, it's still towards you, the union, the students.
Okay. When your term ends, what is the one thing you want students to remember about how the union communicated with them?
I want them to know and believe that we did our best, we advocated as best as possible, and at the end of the day, we are one union, and they can proud to say they have a union that's supporting them.
This question is to you as VPPR, if you were to be in the role. With the decline of traditional email opening rates among students, what is the next big thing the union is betting on to keep students informed?
Email opening rates? Could you explain on that, please?
I'll just react to the question. Okay. With the decline of traditional email opening rates among students, what is the next big thing the union is betting on to keep the students informed?
My team and I would have to work on that to give you a better response.
Okay. If you could change one thing about the way the university administration talks to the students' union, what would it be?
Repeat that, please.
If you could change one thing about the way the university administration talks to the students' union, what would it be?
Be more clear. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Carby. Do we have any more questions from the floor? Okay. Thank you. Moving on to the next candidate. We'll now be taking our next candidate, vying for the role of Vice President Student Services. Please welcome Mr. Rajay Tomlinson.
Hear me told ya. ship a two-wheel round the corner. Me father speak that cut grass like barber. So me size up the beast and the ladder. And if you tell me say...
To the panel, to my fellow change makers, and to the youth of UTech, good evening. Good evening. All right. I come to you not just as a vice presidential candidate, not even as a leader. I come to you first and foremost as an ID number. A student just like you. A student who understands what it means to juggle deadlines and responsibilities, to balance dreams with real-life pressures, and to fight every single day to secure a future bigger than the present circumstances. My name is Rajay Tomlinson, a third-year student from the School of Computing and Information Technology. And I have sat in the same classrooms, faced the same registration woes, worried about the same tuition deadlines, and navigated the same long days that stretch from lectures straight into responsibilities beyond the campus. In this portfolio, I represent a student who works a 9-to-5 job and still come to evening classes tired but determined. The student who sacrifices sleep to study because failure is not an option. The student funding their own education, betting on themselves and producing a version of themselves so that their family can be proud of. So when I speak about student services, I'm not speaking from a title. I'm speaking from the lived experiences. I know the frustration, I know the gaps, and most importantly, I know what meaningful support truly looks like because I too have needed it. My leadership has never been about position. It has always been about purpose, ensuring that every student, regardless of background or circumstance, feels supported, represented, and empowered to succeed. During my first tenure as Vice President of Student Services, that mission has guided every initiative, every program, and every decision made in this office. Together, we turn ideas into action and action into legacy, and work to ensure that student services were not just words on paper, but we introduce real support systems that students can depend on. Throughout this term, we introduced and supported initiatives that directly responded to the needs of students. One of the most impactful was the Learners and Driving program, which created an opportunity for hundreds of students to register and begin their journey towards obtaining their driver's license, an important step towards independence and future employment. We also supported academic development through initiatives such as the Faculty of Science and Sports' first ever Teaching Practicum grant, which helped student teachers receive the support they needed while completing on the most demanding requirements of their program. Also recognizing while student life supports, student life extends beyond the classroom, we introduced SIP and Study program for the Western campus, providing free breakfast for our students during the examination period after the passage of hurricane initiatives. Each one of these initiatives represents something important: listening to students, understanding their needs, and responding with meaningful solution, but the work does not stop here. This is why this next term is about strengthening what we have started, expanding the opportunities available to students, and ensuring that every student on this campus feels supported and empowered to succeed. The plan: student services must reach every student. R, reinforce student support systems. We will continue to work with the Student Services Department to reach all students, promoting awareness of the available services and departments through initiatives such as Office Unplug and our Services Expo. Expand grants and bursaries and Love Lunch allocation. Increase the annual combined budget to $14 million, ensuring broader access to financial support and essential services. And we're going to collaborate with Finance, Student Services, and Student Relations, and the Scholarship Office to extend opportunities for grants, financial aid beyond the union, maximizing impact and reach. Revamp the application processes to meet the rising demand of grants and bursaries. So we're going to modernize the semester grants and bursary application system to handle the growing number of applicants each year. Streamline this process so that applications can be completed in hours rather than weeks, bring efficiency with this new allocation to ensure timely support for all eligible students. E, expand opportunities. Now, the university cannot state it's producing work-ready graduates if it does not supply them with the basics to be work-ready. Expand partnerships with external organizations. Building strong strategic partnerships will remain a priority for this next term. Through collaboration with corporate entities and government agencies, will increase the number of opportunities available to students. As a part of this effort, we'll introduce a Fresh Start program, an initiative designed to support international and students from Western parishes by providing an easier way to obtain TRN and their NIs. This program will ensure students that are new to the Jamaican system can transition smoothly, access employment opportunities faster, and fully integrate into the work and student life without unnecessary barriers. We will strengthen collaboration with the Career and Placement Department to actively engage companies, organizations, and industry partners in creating more opportunities for students. This includes internship, part-time employment, graduate recruitment pathways, and by taking a more proactive approach to outreach, we'll bridge the gap between students and securing jobs, ensuring that opportunities aren't just available, but accessible. A, accessibility and advocacy. To better represent and respond to the needs of the students living near the university, we'll introduce an off-campus liaison role. This role would focus on identifying and addressing issues affecting students in surrounding communities, including transportation, safety, and access to resources. By creating a direct line of communication, we'll ensure that off-campus students are heard, seen, and effectively supported. Advocacy remains at the core of student services. We'll continue to represent student services in key decision-making spaces alongside the Board of Executives, ensuring that policies, changes, and developments across the university reflects the real needs and realities for the student body. Know your campus. To help students navigate campus like the nights we are, especially our incoming first-year international commuting students, we will launch our Know Your Campus series, a video-based program that highlights key areas in and around the campus, from lecture halls to restaurants. Students will get a visual tour of the spaces that they need to know, alongside tips to access resources quickly and efficiently. This makes learning the campus fun, easy, and accessible for anyone, anytime. C, communication and accountability. Accountability requires visibility. We prioritize transparency by providing consistent updates on initiatives, progress, and outcomes within the student services portfolio. This includes actively publishing updates on the social media platforms that students use most often, ensuring information is timely, accessible, and easy to engage with. Feedback will not just be collected, it will be acted upon. We'll strengthen feedback systems through our Speak Your Mind initiative and ensure that students can see how their input directly influences decision, policies, and initiatives. And finally, H, holistic student development, the expansion of the Learners and Driving program. The Learners and Driving program has been a game changer for the Papine campus, providing hundreds with the opportunity to register and begin their journey towards obtaining a driver's license. For this tenure, we'll expand it to the Western campus, giving them the opportunity to gain mobility, independence, and key life skills that can open many doors. This program goes beyond driving. It's about building confidence, responsibility, and preparing students for the future. Red Box project expansion. The Red Box has made an impact by providing menstrual health resources across campus, and we're taking it further by expanding to sexual health, including condoms and educational materials across every single representative office and dorms. This ensures students have access to essential health resources in a safe, stigma-free way. The goal is not about distribution. It's about normalizing conversation about sexual health, promoting safety, and ending the stigma that prevents students from accessing the support they need. In closing, today, I return not with louder promises, but with visible proof. The initiatives delivered, the students supported, and the opportunities expanded. They're not just projections, they are realities. They represent a commitment that never paused after the votes were counted. Re-electing this leadership isn't about starting a new chapter. It's about strengthening the foundation that we have already laid. It's about continuity, stability, and a deeper expansion of the work that's already begun to transform the student experience. So as we move forward, my message remains unchanged. My work speaks for itself, and I will continue to build upon my work. Together, we started this journey. Now let us finish what we began. Stronger, further, and with every student in reach. Vote Rajay Tomlinson, Vice President, Student Services. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlinson. Now to our panel.
Greetings, Rajay. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Knight.
My first question, why are you returning to this portfolio?
Well, I truly fall in love with this portfolio because it is very meaningful to me. The impact that I've had on students is one of the most beautiful things being this portfolio. Seeing the students you can actually benefit your initiatives from, and it's about personal growth as well. I feel like I could do better learning and understanding the role a bit more, so if I continue to learn from the mistakes I've made in my first time and apply them and become better for the second tenure.
What were some of the failures from last year that you wish to make better?
Firstly, taking criticisms. Secondly, to actually understand that I am in this portfolio. The biggest learning curve was that I was a simple guy from Skit. Didn't know the jump from being a director from faculty to just being a whole executive of the council. That was the longest learning curve, and that was the longest time I realized that should have taken control of this portfolio. So with that time span of learning and actually responding to the needs of students, I feel like with that understanding now in place, I can do a lot better this time around.
With that experience, when I look at the list of candidates for executive portfolios, you're the only executive, you're the only elected, well, not only elected, but the only elected executive returned to office. Why is it that you're not going for a higher office such as deputy president or president?
Well, it's all about where you're comfortable at and what you're able to manage. It's about my personal limitations and what I find is better for me and whatever I feel successful into. So if the role of deputy president was not meant for me, it's not meant for me. But this is where I find my calling, and it's what I'm called to do.
All right, so you're returning. But now I'm going to stop on the shine still. So you returned as an executive. What were some of the challenges last year that you faced as an executive? And my questions are loaded, sir. What are the challenges that you faced last year as an executive in terms of the council? And how do you navigate those challenges in terms of governing of the council, the missing of the VP, PR, the executive secretary? How did you respond to those resignations? And what was your contribution to those portfolios in the absence of such persons?
Well, firstly, the BA works together as a team. We make decisions on the council, and firstly, as an executive, for us to make a quorum is 4 to 6 of us to make a decision. And with those two portfolios absent, we had to come together as one to try and ensure that the council goes forward all the projects and plans we had. So we just had to sit with whoever is present, the first VP, sit with Ms. Tamo McLeod, Executive Secretary, the President, and myself to ensure that these things that we had to do as a council had to push forward. So that's my answer.
Did you not resign at one point?
Yes, in fact, because, all right, to be quite frank, in the month of October, I went through some personal issues, and I felt it was better to leave the office than be an officer at unfit VP. Sometimes the personal issues have to take priority, and if I can't serve myself, how can I be able to serve the students?
So you're saying that if those personal issues arise again this year, we can look forward to the meeting office. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that, no. It's all about balance and how you deal with things. I was going to say that the things in life that happens, it comes prepared. Sometimes things in life happen unexpected, and those take priority sometimes. So at that time in life, I had to take that priority to deal with those issues, and with consulting with certain issues, consulting with the persons around me, I had to come back in the office and fulfill my duty, because this is what my calling is. I have to find a why here.
Two failures of the last executive, and how do you fix those?
Two failures. Firstly, sometimes you weren't together on one accord. And for me personally, I'm the very reserved one in the BOE. So my input was there when it is required. And secondly, sometimes it's a bit difficult to come to a consensus on smaller matters. And so therefore we had to go again, buck shuffle sometimes, but we had to make a decision in terms of impacting the students and ensuring that things are done on a timely manner.
Repeat the question. What are two failures of the last executive, and how are you going to correct those going a second term as an executive?
All right, two failures. One, we're never on one accord sometimes. We are all human beings on different personalities and sometimes interfere on our reasoning skills. So hopefully, with this incoming BOE, we can sit down as individuals in executive portfolios to assess the needs of the students, find out what is wrong, and then we try to push forward as a unit to ensure that these matters are addressed timely. And secondly of all, communication. We had a bit of communication from each member at certain point in times, but we should, going forward, hopefully, as it is that we are a strong BOE, to ensure that all the matters are being all topics that come and arise, we should be able to talk about them freely and able to discuss them so that these matters can be addressed quickly.
How knowledgeable are you of the Executive Secretary portfolio and the VPPR portfolio?
Not as knowledgeable as it is not my portfolio, but I know some knowledge, not all.
So with the knowledge that you have, how much are you able to guide the two new executives that are joining the council this year?
Well, as a seasoned BOE member that's coming back on this council, I can give insights as to what I experienced from my point and perspective. For example, TCU for the PR and also the secretary for writing the the sponsorship letters and drafting those things. So I can give them advice as to how or the timeline of things supposed to be done ahead of these initiatives and action items before they come along.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Watson.
How are you doing today?
Doing good.
All right, so just explain a bit for me the roles and responsibility of your off-campus liaison.
All right, so our off-campus liaison, he or she will be in charge of the portfolio in terms of getting the needs of the students who live close by. Majority of our students here are commuters. We have 382 persons on Durham over Halshire, but how about the voices that are living nearby in Kintyre, Tavern, Mona, Elliston Flats, Augustown? So we need to have a voice for those students to ensure that they are being heard effectively and to ensure that all the issues that they're facing, we can address them in a timely manner and find out what's going on within that side of things.
All right, again, explain your roles and responsibilities again.
So my role and responsibilities is to plan and coordinate activities for the minimum comfort level for students at UTech, which include Love Lunch, Grants and Bursaries, Love Book, and sit on business affairs of the council and the university.
All right, so explain the complete difference between the off-campus liaison and your portfolio.
So my portfolio is the broadened aspect to do to all university matters, yes, but it helps define needs of a certain aspect or a certain demographic of the students. So for example, I'm not there to oversee all the students. It's 12,000 students. So having an overseeing role that can help mitigate or help bring a narrow down focus on these batch of students to help find out these issues. So therefore, if I have an address for a concern from somebody living off campus and they have a role on my committee to say that, okay, these are the issues that are ongoing for persons who live nearby XYZ, I can carry it forward to, let's say, a SAT meeting or a council meeting or a BOE meeting.
Come again. Explain that for me again.
All right. So the role of the off-campus liaison is to ensure that the commuters who live nearby, right, is to narrow down those demographic of students to find out their needs, their whatever issues they're having, and to find out how effectively I can represent them and I can find out what is going on with that batch of students.
So you serve around 11,000 students, 300 of which live on Hall. So you have around 10,700 students. And you're saying that you who are responsible for those 10,700 students, you're going to leave that to one person now to complete that task.
No, I'm not saying that, not all 11,000 students. I have the overseeing as a person being elected in the office. However, it will help. It's all about delegation of task. Delegation. I am in this portfolio, but I alone cannot do it. It's a team effort. And having this portfolio will ensure that I have the demographics of certain students being able to be targeted and tackled effectively.
All right, sir. As it relates to your expansion of grants and bursaries, right?
Yes.
Explain to me, we've had an increase in grants and bursaries for the last 3 years. You doing this again makes a fourth year that we're increasing grants and bursaries for the students. Now explain to me, in your role, how that combined with probably service will affect the budget and what that looks like for the students.
All right, from my perspective of student services, I've realized that every single semester we have an increase in persons applying for grants and bursaries. And the biggest thing is that financial aid is a hard tackling issue. Now, the $14 million is going to be break down to $5 million for semester one for grants and bursaries and another $2 million for Love Lunch. The same thing for second semester, so that adds up to $14 million. So $7 million each per semester, 5 for grants and bursaries and 2 for Love Lunch. Now, for community service now, community service have an average budget around $3 to $5 million that covers T-Shoot and Tag Drive. Now, if you add the maths, that's around $19 million, and Union gets around 42 million effectively thereabouts. So we left back a remnants of 21, 22 thereabouts. So I'm still going to perspective that I see in terms of students actually need financial aid, and I rather use my budget to serve them and as it is that they pay the union dues. So I think we owe it to them to give them the financial need that they deserve.
So, come service and your budget takes up half the entire budget of the union. And you're saying if you can get it increased to probably 20 mil for you alone, that's what you would try to do?
Oh, no. You have to account it properly. The current budget we have for Love Lunch, for grants and braces, is $4.6 million, $4,680,000. So we'll have an increase of $320,000, which will ensure that students from either the Western campus have more dorming as well as Papine.
All right. Explain to me why grants and braces were late for last semester and this semester.
All right, last semester, we had Hurricane Melissa, and we had issues with Western Campus, getting the responses from them as well. For this semester, we had technical difficulties last semester because of grants for Hurricane Melissa, so my bad. For this semester, we had technical difficulties in the first 2 weeks after grants and braces closed. The form that we had, the OneDrive, we got locked out of that one. So the time it took to process, and we had almost 40 applications, my committee had to delegate those tasks, and we had a bit of a delay in terms of getting that access, and also for the processing of that as well. So with that mistake as well, we're going to fix the form and ensure that with the new modernized digital things we have access to, we can ensure that processing can go within hours instead of weeks. So I hold myself accountable to that one.
Explain the processing part again.
So firstly, for the SharePoint, we got locked out of that SharePoint. So we don't know. For example, when I was accessing the forum, you said we had limited access. We couldn't see anybody's information on it. For example, the student's ID number, their provisional transcript, all those stuff. We didn't have access to all of that.
So yeah, because Hurricane Melissa happened the latter part of October.
Yes.
Grants and braces should have been closed
So
off from the latter part of September. So explain
the processing from the Western campus. No, for the Western campus, the liaison from over that side, Mr. What is his name right now? But he had resigned in the midst of before Hurricane Melissa. So the person from that side took over from that liaison to Mr. Howard Baker, and then from he found temporary student services personnel.
I'm not following.
So
Because hold on, before you continue, how many grants are dedicated towards the Western campus?
for semester one is 20. Well, for this academic year, it's 25,
How many are dedicated towards main campus?
70. That's the current allocation. Yes. Well,
For which section of the grants?
for Papine campus, it's 70, 30 for dorm, 10 special needs, 25 for Western.
And that came up to $4.8 million?
No. For semester one, the budget that was submitted to finance was $4,680,000. So we had 69% approved for Papine, which is $2,760,000 for dorm.
Hold on. We're going back to semester one now. I'm
Yeah,
talking about
semester one.
semester one.
This is semester one budget numbers I'm giving you.
So I'm asking, how many persons from semester one from the Western campus were supposed to receive grants?
20.
And how many from main campus?
69 were approved.
Overall?
Overall, I'm sorry. Inclusive of dorm as well, that would be 101. And 2 special needs, so 103.
So you're telling me that, do the maths now. 20 versus 100 and how much that?
103, you said. Well, 103 I stated.
So you're telling me you hold up the entire process because you weren't getting a response from Western campus at least to 20 persons?
Well, yes, I did, and I hold myself accountable for that one. It was our fault because I believe in delegating the roles accordingly. I believe that somebody should do their portfolio effectively, and so I get the leeway to, do their processing. And it's my fault that I didn't do a stern job in getting it in a real time or faster processing.
Do you know the difference between leadership and management?
Leadership is you taking the role and ensuring that all matters are effectively delegated. And management is just ensuring that all things are covered and all aspects are dealt with accordingly.
Management is more of a delegation. you are elected as a leader. From the moment your representative in the West was absent, that should have been your priority. And so that is inexcusable, right? Whether it is your first year or anything, if you have something to do, you just have to get it done. In terms of what relief as student services did you provide for the students in the West post-Hurricane Melissa, for the students in the West? Not talking about the general population, for the Western campus students, what did you do for those students?
All right, for the Western campus students, we and the PCM and SOBA students, we have gotten some materials and we went down to Western Campus alongside the first VP, went into Western Campus and distributed some care packages to Mount Salem.
To Mount Salem, and not talk about the community, man. I'm talking about the students for which you're representative for.
Well,
you are an elected member, and you are a politician, you are an MP. These are your students. What did you do as it relates to their academics, their academic funding, their ensuring that they have food? Did you put up any special program for ensuring, say, all right, them can go up on campus and get food throughout this period or anything like that?
For the Western campus, sadly, nothing was done in that aspect. For the students. So I hold myself accountable for nothing for that one.
See, you get a prime example as that to demonstrate your leadership and you fail. Why should we elect you again?
Well, why should you elect me again? The work is there. Even though I failed at certain things, I do not know it all. And yes, I hold myself accountable for all those mishaps. Yes.
What work was there outside of your driver's license event or initiative? What work was actually done?
So for the SIP and study program, we expanded.
Remember now, I know the details.
Okay.
So don't lie to me up there now. Continue.
But it was there. It was budgeted.
Hi. Remember.
Right, understandable. I hold myself
Don't lie to me now. What did you do outside of the driver's license permit last year?
We introduced the first ever FOSS practicum grant, which it was 4 grants for teaching students. Alongside that.
Where did this money come from?
But from my budget. It was budgeted for last semester. Yes, it was.
Under which line?
My one. For semester 1. Semester 1, $160,000.
VP Finance, fact check for me, please.
And you can ask Ms. Rainy Narasing as well.
Fact check that figure for me, please. The 160,000 for
practicum grants for FOSS.
Okay. What else was done?
All right. So after we gave 100 foods from courtesy of InZone Bar and Grill, after Hurricane Melissa for students who live on campus and off campus. Off the top of my head, that's what I can remember at this time. We relaunched the Free to Cupboard. We have gotten partnership to relaunch it from Grace Kennedy Foundation. They're the first person to stock it right after we put it back up in the business office.
Which student here benefit from the Free to Cupboard over this 1-year period? That is not a council member. Which student here benefited from the Free Little Cupboard initiative that he's saying that he did? That is not a council member. Continue for me, please.
All right, that's it for the top of my head. Repeat that, please. Yes, the cupboard that's in the office right now.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's 4 students outside of massive that is here. Huh? Come again? Oh, they're not here today. Okay.
I'll take myself accountable for that one.
Okay, they're not here today. I'm sorry. All right, wait.
All right, Mr. Tomlinson.
Mr. Chambers, good afternoon.
All right, I have just one question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so you're proposing an increase in the budget to cover grants and bursaries to 14 million, right?
Not the overall, just the total for Love Lunch and grants and bursaries for this academic year. Yes.
Okay. And you'd have mentioned a while ago the allocation for Western Campus is 20, was it?
The allocation is 25 currently, yes.
25.
Yes.
So with this increase of 14 million, what's the new allocation that you're looking at for Western Campus?
So we're looking at 40. We're going to put it back to 40 because before this academic year, it was for $30,000 at 40 students, to my knowledge. So therefore, we're going to increase the Western Campus to at least 40, increase Papine to 75, and put Durham to at least $30,000.
Do you think you should increase Papine?
The numbers, not the budget itself, not the amount for students in terms of the money itself, but for more persons to access it. Because that's where majority of our applicants come from, Papine. So therefore, we have our own 260 persons coming from Papine campus applying, and it only hurts when you see that you can give out 70. And many persons are in need.
So how many persons apply from Western Campus?
So for this semester, we had around 32 applicants from the Western campus, and for last semester, we had 20.
You had 32 from Western Campus?
Sorry. We had 32 applicants who applied, but 25 got through, as it is the limit. And for Western Campus last year, as it is that our our allocation is 25, and last year only 20 persons were approved for it.
What's the total number of students enrolled in the Western Campus?
To my knowledge, it's around, near 1,000 students over that side.
And only 32 applied?
Yes. And
Any reasons why you think that number is so low?
Well, I think visibility is an issue overall with grants because persons tend to see the grants after the application has closed. So hopefully going forward, we can improve the push for visibility, have it posted around the campus, hype it up a bit more often. We try to do a countdown for students to be knowledgeable about when it's going to be coming out so persons can have their stuff prepared. So we try to ensure that visibility is a priority this year.
Have you been visible in the Western Campus?
I've been there a few times, but not as enough, I would say, for myself.
So a recommendation therefore would be for you to actually go there
Yes.
and engage with them this time around. All right?
Yes. All right, noted.
Good evening, Mr. Tomlinson.
Good evening, Mr. McGregor.
I won't take a lot of time because you've been exhausted by the other panelists. What I will do, though, is ask a few questions. So let me ask, though. You're increasing, everybody asks about the increase to the $14 million.
Understand.
What I would ask is, what was the total cost last year?
All right, so semester one.
No. The total cost last year. You never put semester 1 and 2 here. You put 14 mil.
Understand.
So what would have been the total cost last year?
So last year, for the total, it would be, call it around $11 million for the total allocation of grants and bursaries.
11 mil?
11 million for both semesters, this semester and last semester.
And you can account for all of that spending. You've exhausted that budget.
Yes. We have went over budget in terms of semester one, $270,000 in special requests after grants and bursaries was
Can
closed.
you identify where you went over budget, in which item
So,
line?
firstly of all, the budget I submitted for semester one was set for $4,480,000, and we spent in grants and bursaries $4,680,000. So when we did the maths, we had 69 persons applying for Papine grants and bursaries, which came to $2,760,000. Durham 32 persons got through with that, which was $800,000.
Mr. Tomlinson.
Yes.
The question is, what line item when you went over budget? Bursaries and grant?
So,
Or, you know?
well, grants and bursaries.
So that's all I wanted to know.
Understandable.
Right? So you went over in grants and bursaries, and that is where you're putting the increase?
Yes.
All right, cool. So I'm also, because I was on the panel last year when you went for student services, I am looking at your manifesto from last year, right? The first point on the manifesto from last year is easier access to grants and scholarship. Would you say that you have accomplished that?
I have. With the increase that we have done.
No, it's the accessing and not the increase.
In terms of access, I think we have done some amount of impact, not a lot.
Not a lot, so you believe not a lot is sufficient?
It's not sufficient, but any progress is better than none at all.
Well, that is true, but I'm saying if you were to put these points on it, I'm asking from your level, what you ask, are you saying that you would have completed it? Are you saying that you would have completed that point or successfully completed that point on your manifesto?
Not fully.
Not fully. Introduces the Love Device concession grant. You implemented
No,
that?
I did not implement that, but the university took a notice of that and did a partnership with Royal Computing and did something. So I did not do it.
So the university look at your manifesto and implement it?
I'd like to assume so.
Oh.
I'd like to assume so. I'm not saying I did it. I'm not saying I'm doing it, but...
Big up self. All right. I also see on your manifesto last year, Know Your Zone initiative. And this year I see where you put Know Your Campus. So you just basically rebrand a thing,
yes.
right?
The videos were made, but I didn't push it.
So you didn't do that last year?
The videos were made, but I didn't publish it whatsoever.
So you have an entire year you didn't do it last year. Why are you going to do it this year?
Well, with the knowledge, as I said, the knowledge that I had was not, how do I put this nicely? The time it took to realize the things I could have accomplished it's about more of the learning gap to how to execute certain things. And, I took accountability for not doing it effectively in the last year, but I hope with given another opportunity, we'll execute this before this semester begins for this upcoming academic year.
All right. So you also made mention of let's have a look. You want to reach every single student, right?
Yes.
All right. How many times have you visited the off-campus side, the satellite campuses such as dental and public health, excluding for campaigning, throughout your entire year?
All right, for the Western campus, I visited it.
No, that's what I asked.
Okay, go ahead.
You said dental and public health.
All right, for the month of February, when I was doing the driver's license program, I stopped by there every now and again to ensure that students will. I spoke with Miss Nicole Clark on most mornings when I was visiting there to ensure that if there's any issues going on with the students, I could hear about them alongside certain issues regarding the bus system as well.
All right, so you're saying that is just secondary to advocacy and providing services to students. You were there for another program. So straight to just assisting students by the public health and dental programs. You've never been down there for that reason?
No, I have not.
For an entire year?
Yes.
So why should we believe that you're going to do it this time around?
Well, as it pertains to other campuses.
I don't think you need to look on your paper to tell me that.
I'm not on paper. I'm just trying to get my thoughts together.
Why would you do it this time around?
All right. As it pertains to other campuses, I do feel that they're underlooked. My bad. They're underlooked, and I'm hoping that seeing all the students, all 12,000 of them, we hope to ensure that all the students on all campuses are represented effectively. So that means to visit them more, ensure that their needs and their services or whatever issues they're going through, we can visit them physically instead of hearing it word of mouth, and actually ensure that we can address the issues, see it for ourselves, and see how effectively we can tackle that.
All right, so let me just make my final statement, right?
Okay.
So here I say, cool. You went last year. I'm looking at your manifesto now, and I've been a part of the Students' Union for 5 years. I'm looking at your manifesto now, and the things that you are putting on your manifesto for the second time for student services are simple things such as know your campus, things that you should have done last year. I would have expected, Mr. Tomlinson, that going again, you'd be looking at major issues. You will have a bird's eye view now of the portfolio to really initiate change, to advocate for students in terms of facilitated maintenance whenever things break down, to give students services on campus, like a new meal place, like a KFC, a Popeye, something. Do those things, you understand? Give the school a gym, do something like that, get sponsorship for a gym. These are the things.
Thank you for that one.
No, I am expecting the services of students should be better. The life of students should be better. Not a little cubby. You understand what I mean? I said, these are the things I may expect. And I'm saying that I am not seeing that for somebody going the second time again. You need to just pull your socks up. You need to do that. Right? That's all I'm saying. That's it for me.
You panelists, do we have any questions coming from the students? Okay, we'll now be going. Okay.
Even though 4 students claim that they benefited from the cupboard initiative, it's an anonymous initiative. Okay, so even though 4 students claim that they benefited from the cupboard initiative, which is an anonymous initiative, how have you been tracking said initiative to know that it was beneficial to the students, and could you provide some of that statistics to us?
All right, stats, actual facts and figures, I cannot give you that one. However, by often checking the business office, I often see within a day or two that the cupboard tends to be emptied out. So for example, if I put it in on a Tuesday evening, by the Thursday night, everything done in the cupboard. So therefore, I don't have the actual stats to give you, because when students come to you, you can't just collect numbers or ask them for their name and number. The course will be a byproduct of anonymous delivery. The person just come in without stigma or anything, just come in and take it up. So numbers, no.
I agree with that. The answer I was looking for was more of you having a catalog or a system where you were tracking the items that would have been in the cupboard to then,
Understandable.
you know, have that to support your
Understand,
point.
understand.
But yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions?
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. Why should students give you a second chance as VPSS?
Well, after tonight, I hope that my bid does not come in vain. I hope with initiatives that we have established during our first tenure gives persons enough courage. I hope that with my experience as a seasoned council member, even though it wasn't perfect, with the mistakes I've made, I hold myself accountable to them, and I wish that, given the opportunity, we'd execute and do better for the second tenure.
Okay. Second question. Why was grocery grants not given this academic year, especially given the passage of Hurricane Melissa?
Grocery grants. If you're referring to Love Lunch, for semester 1, it was not held due to financial constraints, but for semester 2, Love Lunch was implemented in this current allocation for grants and bursaries. So the application was in it.
So the grocery grants was something I did last year that she's making reference to.
Oh, I didn't know.
So that's why
Oh,
you wouldn't have known about the grocery grants, I believe.
I did not know that.
Okay. Why was there no scholarships given for this year, especially given the passage of Hurricane Melissa?
As it pertains to scholarship, when I got into office, I did not know about the union, well, under my budget, that is, giving out scholarships. So, to my acknowledgement...
Young man, I'm here. I am here.
All right. So, with the VP Finance present, the budget was not allocated for scholarships, even though it's something that was a line item, it was not executed. So, with this upcoming academic year for summer presentation, we hope to at least try to implement a scholarship.
Okay.
Are there any more questions? Okay, thank you. Going to the other questions from online. How many times was the cupboard restocked?
3 times.
3 times for...
3 times for since it was implemented, yes.
Oh, so are you saying that was restocked 3 times for the year?
It was implemented, so yes, current academic year, yes.
Okay. Explain what you mean by restock. As in
Like materials being put into the cupboard for persons can be taken up. You know, sometimes we have sugar, mackerel, sardine, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. How do you move the student services department from being reactive, fixing problems when they happen, to proactive, preventing students burnout before it starts?
Firstly, it's about visibility. Students don't know where the services are, or students don't know how to get to the services. So by trying to ensure that students know who they need to go to and what they need to do is the first step they need to take in terms of burnout reaching that state. So first, it's about visibility, ensuring that students know I'm the contact person for XY issue. I belong to here, Y, and Z. So about visibility and transparency.
Okay. How do you plan to bridge the gap between academic life and career readiness? Rereading. How do you plan to bridge the gap between academic life and career readiness? What services would you implement to help students translate their campus involvement into resume-ready skills?
All right, thank you for that question. No, the career and placement have college central. So we can work with them to ensure that we can work them to push their program onto students. I don't think it's visible enough for students to understand that there are part-time job internships and other opportunities available from corporate companies and other engagement areas. So we can help to push that onto the students so they know what they can do if they're close to graduating from this university.
Okay. How do you plan to create more awareness among students about the grants available?
No, we've introduced a countdown for grants and bursts at least 5 days prior to ensure that students can be aware of how soon it's going to be open, to ensure that students can actually try and see when it is. What we can do is also post some graphics around campus, because not only social media are going to cut it as well. So to ensure that we post some stuff around campus, create a hype around the grants and bursaries, because persons are asking for needs. So hopefully with that, we can ensure that all sectors are covered.
Okay. If you were given a $100,000 grant toward improving student life tomorrow, but you could only pick one area, career services, mental health, or student clubs, which would you choose and why?
Repeat the options.
Career services, mental health, or student clubs?
Mental health.
Why?
We often suffer in silence as university students, including myself. And 9 to 10 times, we don't know who to go to and where we can go to them. So if it means to have part-time counselors paying them a stipend out of it to actually have more persons and resources to ensure that they can talk to somebody when they truly need it, if it means to do that for ensure one student less, try not to, for better word, try not to do self-harm, I'll do that.
Okay. How do you plan to make your processes more efficient?
No, we will modernize the grants and bursaries form, which includes trying to use artificial intelligence, aligning with the DPA to ensure that the grants and bursaries can be processed easily instead of taking us hours, while our committee takes, weeks to process all those grants.
Okay. If you were to walk across campus a year from now, what is one tangible change a random student would be able to point to and say, the VP of Student Services made that happen?
On a driver's license, I would say that.
Beyond just hosting more events, what systematic changes would you implement to foster a sense of belonging for students who feel invisible, such as commuter students or those who don't drink or party?
All right, so we have been partnering with the FYE department this academic year to introduce a games night, movie night. We work with them to ensure that we actually have more items for those students who are not seen, persons who like parties. I'm not a party person either, so I get the need for persons who would come to campus and immediately leave. So we have some stuff partnering with FYE to ensure that that demographic of students is covered.
The Western campus has been mentioned a lot. What plans do you have for JCAL the other satellite campuses?
Well, since there isn't a nominated JCAL rep, the first thing is to ensure we have a liaison to that campus to talk about the issues that are affecting that area, that region there, and to ensure that we can narrow down what specific issues so we can tackle them effectively. So it starts off with that and other satellite campuses. So start from there.
You spoke about holistic development, emphasizing on the Red Box initiative, which would have been implemented by previous VPSS, but not you. Why is that the case?
No, it's a legacy thing. As said earlier to the comment, it was implemented by the prior VPSS. So about continuing that tradition and ensuring that's continuing to go for future generations as well.
Why has your time for initiatives been so low in your portfolio in comparison to other council members?
Repeat the question.
Why has your time for initiatives been so low in your portfolio in comparison to other council members? That's the question.
The time for initiatives. No, most of my initiatives were dealing with external partners. And sometimes we don't have the control to see how long they will take on certain initiatives, how long they will take on certain actionable items. So some of those factors will be on my control, but we try to ensure to do them in a timely manner so that we can reach all the students effectively.
Members of your committee has complained about your lack of communication and the lack of care in regard to the initiatives under the portfolio. How will this be addressed?
How it will be addressed is firstly ensuring that myself is present. No, to ensure that all my action items and all the things that are to be done will be done effectively in a timely manner. To ensure that all tasks and all stuff delegated be done effectively and quickly as per stipulated deadline that will be given, and to ensure that all the persons who are given tasks are held accountable to ensure that the actionable item is done at a reasonable pace for the students.
He mentioned something, this is you. He mentioned something about holistic, and it makes me think about food. But there's clearly no initiative for vegans on campus, and I'm not seeing much advocacy around it either. What are your thoughts on this?
All right, for vegans, there is Nectar. They not only sell meat items, also sell, stuff for the vegans as well. As it pertains to vegan options, we can talk to concessionaires, see whatever option they can implement for those type of demographic of students, and see how best we can just implement some stuff for them.
Next question. So who really introduced the driving program to UTech? Was it you or Campus Elite through its JAA and I Drive for Life partnership?
It was through me and JAA because my prior teacher at JC did that for me. So I'm paying it forward due to the fact that somebody did that for me, and I want to ensure the students have access to that, type of initiative that was done for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No more questions, correct? From the panel?
Second, calm down. I must say, Rajay, having seen you presented yourself last year, you have done much better in terms of representing yourself tonight. You are more composed, you have held yourself under pressure. My word of advice, because of course you are uncontested, that when you are elected, please understand that if it is one student who vote for you, the magnitude of the office that you hold. How you operate at this level will determine how far you go hereafter in terms of your leadership progression. Take your duties and responsibilities here well, and I wish you all the best going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlinson. Now we'll be moving on to the next candidate vying for the post of First Vice President, Academic Affairs, Clubs and Societies. Please welcome Mr. Claymore Smith to the stage.
Panelists, fellow candidates, council members, university staff, and most importantly, my fellow knights, a pleasant good evening to you all. My name is Claymore Smith, a second-year electrical and computer engineering student hailing from the home of Donald Farquharson Hall, home of the stalwarts. And your candidate for the role of First Vice President, Academic Affairs, Clubs and Societies. A saying I live by is my alma mater's motto. We are young men of honor, pursuing excellence and leading by a positive example. Now the question many persons might ask, why First VP? And the answer is simple. Before I answer, let me tell you a story. My leadership journey began at a very young age when I was in first form at Monroe College. I remember noticing a young man, Mr. Ajay Clackin. Even though only in third form, he carried himself with a level of excellence that stood out to me. In every space he entered, especially in leadership, he made an impact. He was respected not only by his peers, but even by upperclassmen. And I remember thinking to myself, I want to be like that someday. A leader who people respect, look up to, and aspire to become. That thought stayed with me. As I grew, that vision never left me. But along the journey, there were moments of doubt. Moments where people saw something in me that I did not yet see in myself. I would ask myself, what do they see in me? I simply do not think I am good enough. Yet, I kept showing up. I kept stepping forward. I kept growing. And over time, I realized something important. The same way I once looked at someone and saw leaders, others were looking at me and seeing that same potential, that I had the ability not just to lead, but to inspire. And that changed everything. Here at UTech, when I first arrived and my Unit 2 results came out, I was told my application could not be found. But it was in that moment, my Senate Representative, Mr. DeMarco Farquharson, stepped in and helped me. He made sure I got a new application processed, then accepted, he guided me through the module selection process. No matter how often I reached out or how late it was, he made the effort to respond and assist. That stayed with me. Because in that moment, I experienced what real representation looks like. Support when you need it. Guidance when things are unclear. Someone willing to go that extra mile for you. That experience shaped me. And then I took the next step forward to serve as your Director of Community Service to help instill the values of volunteerism and service to you, my fellow knights. To put the service of others above selves. And now, today, I give you the very simple answer. Putting myself forward as your first Vice President, Academic Affairs, Clubs, and Societies gives me the opportunity to serve you in the area that matters most to you. That's simply helping you to earn your degree. Through my experience and passion, I have centered my campaign around one thing, which is getting more for you. More support, more opportunities, more results. Because students deserve more than just getting by. You deserve to truly thrive. And so today, I say, get more with Claymore. Now, let's break down what more for you means. For M, we will maximize academic success. This is about giving students the tools that they need to succeed. I will expand our digital academic resource hub, creating centralized access to past papers and course materials. I will advocate for the return of the course feedback system so students can once again evaluate modules and lectures. Ensuring your voice improves teaching quality and accountability. I will also push for a revision of the first-class honors policy so that consistent academic excellence is recognized fairly. And I will reintroduce an Academic Affairs Day where students can directly engage with key departments like Students Finance, SLB, and their faculty representatives, all in one space. O is the opportunity for career and professional growth. A degree is important, but it is not enough on its own. I will introduce student developmental programs through partnerships with organizations like Heart NSTA Trust, giving students access to certifications in technical and entrepreneurial skills. I will also host career readiness workshops focused on resume writing, interview preparation, personal branding, and LinkedIn optimization. Because when you graduate, you shouldn't just leave with a degree. You should leave prepared. You should be an employable, work-ready graduate. I will then revitalize student engagement and leadership. Clubs and societies are a major part of student life, and they deserve more support. I will reintroduce Club Spotlight to increase visibility and engagement for student organizations. I will implement semesterly club competitions to encourage participation, impact, and growth. I will host leadership developmental sessions to equip students with skills in event planning, financial processes, and effective leadership. And I will bring back bi-weekly campus walks, ensuring we stay connected to you, the students, and actively address your concerns. Finally, E, educate, empower, and enforce integrity. Success must be built on integrity and awareness. So I will expand Project U to better educate students on union policies and governance. and I will launch an academic integrity campaign to promote honesty and reduce academic misconduct across campus. Knights, this campaign is about you, your experience, your growth, your future. You deserve more from your university journey, and while that journey may be difficult, we will achieve this together. As my brothers from FARQ would say, achieving our goals against all odds, we're stalwart standing tall. My name is Claymore Smith. Do not settle for less. And remember, when you vote, get more with Claymore. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. All right, Mr. Smith, thank you so much for that presentation. I have a few questions for you.
No problem. Good evening, Mr. Chambers.
Good evening to you. You are leaving from a director position into an executive position, which gives you a lot more responsibilities or scope to cover, right? So can you clearly explain how this role, or would you balance this role in terms of the academic aspect for advocacy as well as managing clubs and societies? How do you plan to do that?
All right, so as you know, as Director of Community Service, I will have the two largest events that the union would execute throughout the academic year. So going through these initiatives, I would have learned a lot of time management skills, a lot of management skills, because I would have to, manage my fellow council members, be communicating with external parties, stuff like that. So as it relates to your question now, wait, you can repeat the question one more time, please?
So the position covers academic advocacy as well as the management of clubs and societies, which is two different kind of operations. How do you plan to balance both in terms of ensuring that you're successful in the post?
All right, so for clubs and societies, of course, I have my committee called the Academic Support Unit, ASU. So most of the dealings with the clubs and societies, I will then delegate those responsibilities. I will still oversee all those processes, but I'll delegate that role. As it relates to academic affairs, I am the chairperson for the Board of Representatives. Their responsibility is to streamline all students' issues to me so I can elevate it to that next level, which is the academic board or undergraduate meeting. So just time management overall. I've managed it before. I managed it before during tag drive, especially. We had to plan it 2 times, and I was doing school as well. As mentioned before, I'm an electrical engineering student. There's a heavy coursework load. Just delegation. Delegation is really the answer to that question. Sorry.
All right, so the question that I have is relating to that of advocacy, but more so in terms of leading advocacy. As community service director, you wouldn't be involved in advocacy much. You're more than likely, you call it community welfare. You don't have any experience in terms of the Board of Representatives. How is it that a team of newly elected representatives plus a newly elected first VP who hasn't served on the executive level or served in any representational matter, how are you going to be able to lead those students in advocacy within the next 30 days, because the semester ends come April?
All right, so as it relates to advocacy, I do have experience in advocacy. I would have served in my first year as an electrical engineering representative on the School of Engineers Academic Affairs Committee. Also, for this academic year, I would have been one of the main persons on the ground helping students during the module selection process.
Module selection is an operational problem, a proverbial problem that exists that has nothing to do with advocacy. You have experience in advocacy. While you were part of the committee at Engine, what policies did you advocate for? What political changes did you advocate for while you were here? And by political, I don't mean outside of policy, political, it's the same principle. So what political changes did you advocate for as community service director and while you were an engine? Cite those experiences.
Okay. So for policies now, sitting on the council, policies are brought forward to us. So Ms. Roberts should have brought some policies towards a council meeting, and I will give my comments towards that.
Name them.
I think, if I can recall properly, she brought forward first class honors policy, but it was in regards to something I can't recall right now. I can check.
No, it's not fine. It's absolutely not fine. You're vying for a portfolio. You're coming up here, you tell me that you have advocacy experience. I can tell you all the things I've advocated for in the last 10 years in every leadership position I've been in, because I've been passionate about it, including things that I did while I was here at UTech. How can you in the last, it's not, your tenure hasn't even finished as yet, and you can't tell me key policies that you have advocated for, but you're telling me tonight that you have experience? All right, so you lack the experience, as I said before. How are you going to ensure that in the next 30 days, you are on par, ready to lead the advocacy arm of the Students' Union? How are you going to do that in the next 30 days? What's your 30-day plan to ensure that you, Claymore, is ready to lead these people?
All right, so first of all, I'll be bringing in the outgoing First Vice President Academic Affairs and also reaching out to past VP Academic Affairs to come in and have some leadership sessions with them. Also, as a council member, I would have, well, you spoke about advocacy, so that's not relevant. Really, those sessions, while we're here and throughout the summer, we'll have past council members come in and speak to them about effective, as
30 days, and I'm not talking about the council, I'm talking about you. You have 30 days to be ready. Do you know, what are some of the boards that you sit on as first vice president in the university?
All right, the academic board, undergraduate studies, one second, please.
All right, no matter pressure, because we really want to not spend the entire night here. What policies do you have ready for the academic board in the next 30 days?
All right, I say it in my manifesto.
Are they drafted and ready?
No, but I can draft them. It's not a problem to draft them. The policy I want to review over the next 30 days is the first class honors policy. So as we know, in last semester, Hurricane Melissa would have passed, and one of the requirements to get first class honors is you have to pass the module on the first sitting. Now, I see a disparity in that policy because, say you withdraw from the policy, then that means you won't qualify for first class honors anymore. So I want to change that wording in a sense to say, even though you withdraw, due to extenuating circumstances, you can still then attain the first class honors.
All right, fair policy proposal. But, hold on. In the realms of academics, a first class honors will be like the rich. Hold on, allow me. First class honors. I mean, he might feel win, he might go against himself. But the question, students, very important. So I'm saying in the realms of academics, a first class honors would be like, when it comes down to wealth, would be like the wealthy. That's like 1% of the population that policy will benefit. What about the other 99% of the population? What policies do you think, what policies have you looked at the 99% of the population, which are the majority of persons who will be voting for you, that you have, that will benefit them, that you are proposing to the university? What policy?
Okay, for that, while doing my research for this role, I saw two policies. For leave of absence, the maximum is 1 year. Well, the minimum is 1 semester and then the maximum is 1 year. I believe that we can advocate for, an extension to at least an extra semester and an extra academic year without affecting the time frame that you have to complete your degree. The second policy is now the transfer of credits policy. So what I saw in the policy was you have to complete 80% or 70% of your UTech degree at UTech here. So even though you're from a franchise institution, that's what the policy says. So I want to advocate to maybe lower that percentage and also advocate for the exemptions of credits. I don't believe that students should be paying for their exemption of credits because the university isn't necessarily using any resources. So what is the rationale behind them having to be paying for their exemption of credits?
Not bad. Not bad. Dimitri.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So if you know anything, you must know that I love this portfolio, right?
Right.
I hold this portfolio dear to my heart, right? And I will never disqualify you based on your qualification, but I want to know your passion and if you're already putting in the work that it requires to do the portfolio, right? Do you know? All right, firstly, as the first vice president, your report will be the highest and most powerful report that goes to the university. The president does not report. The president can report on an issue, but they introduce it at the academic board where you sit, right? Which means that your level of advocacy and how you put issues is very vital. Can you give me, because I hear you talk about quote-unquote policies, but can you tell me 3 policies in the handbook that is under review? Which means that the university is an ongoing process, which means that you can now add to those policies. Just list 3 policies that are under review in the handbook. Because when you become first VP, you will be promoting the handbook to students. You will be telling them what is in it. You need to know what is in it. So just tell me 3 policies that are under review within the handbook.
For that, it's a bit difficult because there was no 2025-2026 handbook published this year.
All right, so you didn't look at any at all?
I did look at them.
So tell me the one that you look at.
All right, so...
That's still difficult?
Let me answer, sir. All right, so the handbook that I use as reference was the 2024-2025 handbook. They said that the resit redo policy was under review, but that has already been approved, as we know.
I'm going to count that as one. Give me 2 more.
See, one policy is under review, right?
They said to give you time, but we can't stay here all night.
Well, I'm not sure of any other policies that were under review.
All right, no problem. All right, no problem. What does AMIP stand for?
Academic Misconduct Inquiry Panel.
And you sit on that, right? You sit on that, right?
Well, a representative from the Students' Union.
And what is the role of that person?
To represent the student that has been called to the Academic Misconduct Inquiry Panel.
And why would a student be called to that?
Anything from Regulation 5, which is academic misconduct.
So if the student is found with to be in breach of academic conduct, right? So let me also ask you. There is academic misconduct, which is a breach that the student can make, right?
Right.
What other breaches that student can make that you need to inform students of, right, that is within the handbook?
All right, so for that, Janelle Gordon, the presidential candidate, she has this in her manifesto. It's the use of phones in the classrooms. Also, if you're under the influence on campus, you can get sanctioned for that. If you are destroying university property, that's also something that you can get sanctioned for.
No, all right, so good, good. What governs that? What policy or ordinance? I mean, give it away. But what regulation governs that?
It's an ordinance, but I can't recall the specific one.
Very good. Okay. All right. So, what are you going to do within the year that you're elected now to promote some of these regulations? So, Ordinance 14 and Regulation 5. How are you going to promote that? Because students, let me tell you, as a first VP myself and a former president, students sometimes the reason why they are caught, in breach of some of these offenses is because they do not know, right? Because sometimes you might have your phone in your pocket, it ring, and if nowadays students study on their phone, if they go through that phone and find information based on with the exam, that is no longer an unauthorized device. It's an examination aid, which is a major offense, right? So how are you going to ensure that all students know the regulations and how it impacts them for the upcoming year?
All right, so that falls under Project Youths of UTech. So first of all, you would have the social media campaigning of it. Us posting, well, Miss Kishana Roberts should have started it this year, posting about the relevant policies, sensitizing the students. Also, with the bi-weekly campus walks with our counselors or the BOR and ASU, we then speak to students on the ground and say, hey, did you know that you could get sanctioned for being under the influence on the campus? Stuff like that.
Okay. My last set's a question. Oh, you are going to chair the board of rep, right? You know that, right?
Right.
You're going to chair all the reps.
Right.
You've never been a rep.
Right.
What is the role of the chair of the board of rep?
All right, so you're supposed to guide the reps accordingly. Also, as we know, the Board of Representatives, they are the first points of contact for the Students Union Council. So with them and their constituents, any issues that they capture, they will then bring that to me for my combined report to bring that forward to represent it at the academic board level.
Some of the times it's not always to bring it to the academic board, You're on a board that has somebody from every single area within the university. From CAS, FAS, giant colleges, dorm, West, everybody. So sometimes when an issue is brought forward, you want consensus, right? That is what the board of reps are for. Every issue that students are facing should come to that board so that there can be a unanimous decision on how the university, in terms of the students' union, should go forward, right? And that is something that should always be a part of the students' union. I think the board of rep and the position that it has on the union is very important and critical to students' well-being. But a lot of the times we don't exhaust those services. When you put forward something, somebody from Engine can say, this is what is happening to the students at Engine. This is what is happening to West. So I want you to ensure that you understand that you're going alone, right? So I want you to understand that, right? And I think you shed some light on what you think the reps do. So I will not, tarry on that. What I will say, though, have you done any research before running for the portfolio? And if so, what type of research have you done? And I mean for the portfolio, and how has it assist you?
Research as it relates to what?
So you're going for a position.
Mm-hmm.
What have you done to, prepare yourself to ensure that you're ready for the role that you're going for?
All right, so first of all, as first VP, you must be familiar or you're comfortable in a sense with the handbook. So I've been, brushing up on my handbook. Secondly, I've been reaching out to previous first VPs, previous presidents, asking about what the role really takes, some stuff I have to do. Also, for the clubs and societies part, I've been reaching out to well, not all of them, but some club presidents to ask, what are some of their issues that they've been having as it relates to dealing with the Student Union Council, and also trying to grasp some of the issues that students are having, during my campaigning, students that from the Western campus and students from JCOL and public health, what some of the issues that they've been having.
All right, no problem. Not a bad answer. So as you talk about grabbing issues that students have, my final question. Give me one major issue that you have identified throughout your campaign that you found to be a very significant issue that you will address or plan to address if elected.
All right, so as we all know, one of the biggest issues for UTech is module selection. The issue itself is really module space at times. So the university has the data. They have the amount of students that are supposed to take on a certain module, but it seems as if they're not using it. They're not utilizing this data. So what I plan to do is advocate for lecturers, the university to actually look at this data and say, all right, so we have 100 students that need to do this module. They're not necessarily first years, but people who have to redo the module per se. We have to look at this data and plan accordingly. If we have to hire new lecturers, we hire new lecturers. If we have to make use of assistant lecturers, we make use of assistant lecturers. So that's one of the biggest issues that students really have.
So you're saying that the issue with model selection has to do with staffing. That's what you're saying?
Well, one of the issues.
So what are the other issues?
All right, so the portal is a big issue. The portal is really old. It needs to be revamped in a sense. Students also have an issue with Moodle per se, especially this year with the implementation of the 30% of your tuition and boarding to be paid for you to get access to Moodle and seeing your timetable itself.
So students have an issue with Moodle. What are you going to do to help it not being the same?
Well, as I sit on, is it the Office of Distant Learning, right? So I think Office of Distant Learning is responsible for Moodle. So I'll then go to that board, advocate, tell them what the students have been saying, and move from there.
All right, no further question.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, panelists. One more? All right, no problem.
Do you think you can be the president now as it is?
No, I don't think I can be the president at this moment.
Why is that?
I don't think I'm experienced enough, per se. But, in leadership, there's always growth. And development is always constant during leadership. So I think as I stay in the space, as I step out of my comfort zone, because this is really me stepping out of my comfort zone. As I step out of my comfort zone, that will accelerate my growth as a leader.
So you do aware that you are deputy president, and if the president is unable to do his or her task or should step away, you are de facto president. So are you saying that if the president should step aside come May or whenever it is, for whatever duties, you are inexperienced to represent him to the entire student population?
No, I'm not saying that.
That's what I just asked you. Do you think you have what it takes to be president? Because if the deputy president is the president in the absence of the president. Do you see the gravity of the role at which you have stepped out of your comfort zone for?
I understand, but what I believe with the role of president, it comes with you have to have a certain level of knowledge.
No. I am asking, and that's the question I'm asking you. The question I'm asking you is not if you will fit for president next year. I'm asking, do you recognize that you are de facto president in the absence of the president?
I do.
Are you willing and able to manage a portfolio, and how will you operate if in the next 3 months, for whatever reason, sickness or other extracurricular duties, post-abandonment, because it seems a popular thing for the students over the last 3 years. How will you operate? Are you able? How will you manage?
All right, so first of all, I would have to reach out to past presidents. Just advice. I have to look for advice because in everything, you won't always have the knowledge or have the skill sets required. So basically, as also being sitting on the same board as the president, you'll work closely with them. You'll see how, well, at a greater level, what it takes to be president, and you can get to understand the role a little bit more. So as I go throughout my tenure and as I work alongside whoever is elected president, I can then grow into I can then be able to take up the task of president if the president becomes absent for any other reason.
Thank you, panelists. Do we have any questions coming from the students? Do you have any questions from online? Do you have questions from online? Thank you. Good night, Mr. Smith.
Good night.
Many clubs die out when a strong president graduates. What succession planning training would you implement to ensure societies thrive year after year?
All right, so as stated in my manifesto, I plan to have leadership development sessions. So you would bring in past people who are actually experiencing the role. That could also extend to club presidents or past club presidents that I would have contact with to then go and train these people in whatever area that I need to succeed with.
Okay. How will you maneuver the pressing issue of module selection?
I mean, I would have already answered that, but it starts in the summer semester. As counselors, you know that most of the preparation, it starts in the summer semester. So going to academic board, going to all of those meetings over the summer is what would really prepare us for August morning when module selection opens, so that the process is a bit more smoother and that the voice of the students are heard.
Okay. Firstly, did you use AI in preparing your manifesto? Nothing is wrong with that. Does the university have a policy governing the use of AI academically? If yes, what does it say about that? If no, what do you think?
The university does have a policy for AI, and I believe, with the utilization of Turnitin, if it's 20% or less, it's acceptable.
How do you plan on holding reps accountable?
All right, for holding reps accountable, you know that reps have to submit BOR reports. Something that I plan to do going into office is taking those reps who are elected and sitting them down with their manifestos, going through and seeing how each points are feasible and what they can actually achieve. Something that would have been done in my tenure as Director of Community Service was we were encouraged to give a 6-week plan. We were also encouraged to write down our objectives for the semester. So I will then incorporate that same strategy to then hold your reps accountable. If they don't achieve these objectives, then that speaks volumes about how they're actually performing.
Okay. If you were given a 10% increase in the total budget for clubs, would you distribute it evenly or would you prioritize specific types of societies?
Well, the way I plan to distribute clubs, financial aid for clubs, it's a case-by-case basis. Also for one of my manifesto point, the club competitions, I want to use clubs who are actually making an impact, clubs that are actually having students show up to their meetings, having impactful projects, clubs that are actually, functional. So these competitions, this will then open up an avenue for them to get funding. And also those clubs who are just starting up, we can have a little club starter kits where we just give them a little stipend so they can actually start their procedures.
Okay. By the end of your term, what is one tangible legacy you want to leave for the clubs on this campus?
The clubs? All right, so I want to say that I would have left, well, through the club spotlights, I want to say that I boosted engagement with clubs, highlighting clubs and what they actually do, because we have a lot of clubs, but students don't actually know what their purpose is or what they do. So, well, executing that initiative per se is really bringing spotlights or bringing, what's the word? Well, just bringing awareness to what the club actually does, and students will actually become interested in what that club is.
If the university decides to increase tuition by 5% for the next academic year, how will you advocate for us?
All right, so first of all, that would have to be a council decision. So I would first meet with my board of executives. Actually, I believe tuition has to increase every year. That's a policy, I believe. So it's just my first step would be meeting my board of executives, and then we formulate a plan or proposal to mitigate that increase as much as possible.
If a popular club is found to be misusing their allocated funds or violating university policy, how do you handle the situation while maintaining a relationship with their leadership?
All right, so first of all, I would have to form a investigation committee, and then if the investigation actually proves to see that the club is actually in violation of these, then the necessary sanctions will be taken out.
Thank you. That was the final question from online. And with that, we'll move on to our other candidates for the evening.
All right, thank you.
At this time, we will be welcoming our candidates for the president role. First, we'll have Mr. Joel Brown, followed by Miss Janelle Gordon. Mr. Brown, please make your way to the stage.
Yeah, my lighter.
Yo, nuts!
Yeah.
That's the man.
I know say when you should together, you should not be a girl, a be a vote for you. I'm gonna represent for Joel Brown, the king in town. You know me call tonight, the party night. If you not vote for Joel, you're nasty, right? If you train your hands for you decide, a cobra go win, you think a boy? Yo, you take away the pack. Put it in for your right or elephant. Girl, I climb on the window and just on the steel and the pity and the mission to take off. Joel win, them can't believe. The other party, them shake it like a leaf. Same pussy, serious and hardly speak. Them run walk over at the party. Yo, Joel, I want to the party. Yo, I'm me use up my red dog elephant. But you not touch no like Tessan. Joey, I think you are for that mission. Now put on yam putu. She love Joel, love me too. She want the life. She ugly life. So you thought about Pedro? Yo, go to the room, family. Cut it. Go to the room, man. So you take Joel on top of the catch pepper. Complete silence. Yo, UTech. I don't know say one nation, any other nation a be a bomb fling. Yeah? Me represent for Joel Brown, running president right now. You see me? He know me car can I? Me parking night. She see this here and can't lock off the pipe. Underwater me. You never know Joel a teach a prototype? So I'm not sing the part there. Yo, Joel! Yo, Joel! 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 Big up yourself, people, probably.
Yo, UTech! Yo, UTech!
All right. I'm asking that all the crowd, that the audience here today, please get back, get from behind the vehicles, allow them to exit the park. Please clear the way for the vehicles to exit the park.
Yo, UTech! Yo, run it up in the meantime. Dub.
Vote for Janelle for UTech president from March 27th to 31st.
I want me to see her a while ago. Let go tune, man. Lyrics. I'm gonna check your crowd. Yo, UTech!
Yo, Joel, I want in the park.
Yeah, my lighter.
Yo, nuts!
Yeah.
That's the man.
All protocols observed. Good evening, Knights.
My name is Joel Brown, your presidential candidate, outgoing cost representative, UTech ambassador, and most importantly, a student just like you. But my journey here did not begin from a place of achievement. During my first year, I failed 2 courses. And in that moment, I had a choice. A choice to let that experience define me or use it to understand what students quietly go through and decide that something had to shift. So I made a decision. I began tutoring first years in the very modules I was resitting, determined that I would not let others struggle the way I did without support. And that effort produced a 100% pass rate. And from there, service kept expanding. And what started as helping a few students became a deeper understanding that many of our challenges are not isolated. They are shared, structural, and often left unresolved because someone needs to act. And almost without intention at first, I found myself serving more, responding more, building more, until now I stand here before you on this platform. And when I reflect on that journey, one word explains it best: shift. Because my own story has been a shift from setback to service, from difficulty to responsibility, and from personal struggle to public leadership. And that same shift is what our union and university now needs. A shift towards student-centered leadership. A shift towards honesty through transparency. A shift towards leading with intention. And a shift towards focused action in areas that directly affect student transformation. Because leadership is more than presence. It must produce direction. And our direction creates purpose. And purpose creates progress. And so tonight, yo, UTech, shift, S, student-centered leadership. That means expanding the peer tutoring program so academic support reaches students across the university. Reforming academic probation into proper academic recovery programs. Strengthening welfare support. Pushing for better protection before fee increases happen. Improving job support and standing firmly against triple occupancy. Because students cannot be expected to perform well when basic conditions remain unfair. So yo, UTech. In simple terms, if students are struggle, leadership can't sit down and watch like a normal thing that. H, honesty through transparency. Approximately $40 million is collected by the Students' Union Council annually. Yo, UTech. Where the money there? Students deserve to know what raise, what take place, and the outcome from representation. So monthly reports, visible issue tracking, stronger accountability, and a Dear Council platform on the UTech media for anonymous concerns should become the standard. Because representation can't only load when election time come. L, I, leading with intention. This means leadership that prepares students beyond graduation. Faculty career days, the Lifelink program for NIS, TRN, banking and work opportunities. Starting business expos, Campus Connect, connecting Papine from the east, Dome Street from the west, and every UTech in between. The UTech Memorial Bench, and continued post-Melissa support for students still affected. And of course, recognizing active council members who genuinely serve. Because leadership are intentional, not accidental. So yo, UTech, focus. There are areas we need to deliberately strengthen, such as inclusivity, interfaculty championships, a sports day that includes commuters, an end violence against tertiary student campaign, and establishing reflections as a lasting legacy event. Because campus life must feel alive. And finally, transformation. That means making constitutional amendments to strengthen Western campus representation, securing an industrial washing machine and dryer for the laundromat, and building stronger partnerships, and improving how UTech presents itself globally. Because some things don't need long talk again. Them just need action. And at the end of the day, this is not about sounding good. It's about whether leadership is ready for work, ready for listen, and ready for deliver. So yo, UTech, that is it.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Please remain on stage. We'll now be inviting our next candidate for the evening, Miss Janelle Gordon.
And what that banks represent for Janelle. Vote for Janelle for UTech president from March 27th to 31st. Think it is, boy. We vote for Janelle. Janelle, all of UTech. First of all, let me say this. Janelle run UTech. Let me say this. Brandon vote for Janelle. President I represent for Janelle. Vote Janelle. She make it clap like a seminar. Vote for Janelle. Make me say this, yeah. Them a vote and tumble down. Love Janelle down to hurt and down to ground. I mean, I say I president represent for Janelle. You see me, I can vote March 27th to 31st. Make sure no vote for Janelle. You know what that bank said that? Earn a man milliseconds. Yo, Janelle, you are running whole UTech. You don't vote for Janelle, you know it right now. And I have to make it in a life. Rich, that bank said that fully. And what that banks represent for Janelle. Vote for Janelle for UTech president from March 27th to 31st. Think it is, boy. We vote for Janelle. Janelle, all of UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. Let me say this, Brandon vote for Janelle. President I represent for Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. She make it clap like a seminar. Vote for Janelle. Let me say this, Them a vote and tumble down. Love Janelle down to hurt and down to ground. I mean I say President I represent for Janelle. As me I can vote March 27th to the 31st. Make sure no vote for Janelle. You know what that bank said that? Earn a man milliseconds. Yo, Janelle, you are on the whole UTech. You know no vote for Janelle, you know what you do now. And I gotta make it in a life. Rich, that bank said that fully. And what that banks represent for Janelle. Vote for Janelle for UTech president from March 27th to 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. And Janelle all around the whole of UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. Let me say this, Brandon vote for Janelle. President I represent for Janelle. Vote Janelle. 7th to 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. And Janelle all around the whole of UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. Let me say this, Brandon vote for Janelle. President I represent for Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. She make it clap like a seminar. Vote for Janelle. Let me say this, Them a vote and tumble down. Love Janelle down to hurt and down to ground. I mean I say President I represent for Janelle. As me I can vote March 27th to the 31st. 7th to the 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. And Janelle all around the whole of UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. Let me say this, Brandon vote for Janelle. President I represent for Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. She make it clap like a seminar. Vote for Janelle. Let me say this, Them a vote and tumble down. Love Janelle down to hurt and down to ground. I mean I say President I represent for Janelle. As me I can vote March 27th to the 31st. Make sure no vote for Janelle. You know what that bank said that? Earn a man milliseconds. Yo, Janelle, you are on the whole UTech. 7th to the 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. And Janelle all around the whole of UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. Let me say this, Brandon vote for Janelle. President I represent for Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. She make it clap like a seminar. Vote for Janelle. Let me say this, Them a vote and tumble down. Love Janelle down to hurt and down to ground. I mean I say President I represent for Janelle. As me I can vote March 27th to the 31st. 7th to the 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. And Janelle all around the whole of UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. Let me say this, Brandon vote for Janelle. President I represent for Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. She make it clap like a seminar. Vote for Janelle. Let me say this, Them a vote and tumble down. Love Janelle down to hurt and down to ground. I mean I say President I represent for Janelle. As me I can vote March 27th to the 31st. Janelle for UTech president from March 27th to the 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. And Janelle all around the whole of UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. Let me say this, Brandon vote for Janelle. President I represent for Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. vote and tumble down. Love Janelle down to hurt and down to grow. I mean, I say I president represent for Janelle. As me, I can vote March 27 to 31st. Janelle for UTech president. From March 27 to 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. And Janelle, all I run and all I UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. Let me say this, Janelle for UTech president. From March 27 to 31st. Think it up, Janelle for UTech president. From March 27 to 31st. Janelle for UTech president. From March 27 to 31st. Janelle for UTech president. From March 27 to 31st. Janelle for UTech president. From March 27 to 31st. Janelle for UTech president. From March 27 to 31st. Janelle for UTech president. From March 27 to 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. And Janelle, all I run and all I UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. Let me say this, Brandon vote for Janelle. President that represent for Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. Vote Janelle and Janelle. For 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. And Janelle, all I run and all I UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. For 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. UTech president. From March 27 to 31st. Think it up, boy. UTech president. From March 27 to 31st. Think it up, boy. We vote for Janelle. And Janelle, all I run and all I
Testing, testing.
Why? We vote for Janelle. And Janelle, all I run and all I UTech. First of all, let me say this, Janelle run UTech. Let me say this, Brandon vote for Janelle. President that represent vote and tumble down. Love Janelle down to hurt and down to grow. I mean, I say a president represent for Janelle. You see me, I can vote March 27 to the 31st. Why? We vote for Janelle. And Janelle, all around.
Testing, testing. All right. University management. University management and staff, panelists, my fellow knights, and my supporters, a pleasant evening to you all. To my colleague, Mr. Joel Brown, I must commend you for stepping up to lead, because this is a great look for the College of Health Sciences to have 2 presidential candidates. Now, this evening, I did not come to speak about experience, because experience is expensive and I've already paid those dues. I did not come to rehearse my track record, because records are meant to be played back, and we are not rewinding, we are fast forwarding. Yes, the work has already been done. Yes, the results exist, but this is not a resume recital or a highlight reel. I did not step on this stage to remix all the victories. I stepped here to release the next edition of the transformation. So tonight, knights, if you are ready for leadership that converts vision into victory, then Autobots roll out. Because this movement is not cosmetic, it is performative. It is not performative, it is transformational. My manifesto is based in the word transform. Now it looks at those 9 pillars. So let's start with T, transparency and technology. Now transformation begins with transparency, because leadership that hides cannot lead. Under my presidency, transparency will not be seasonal. It will be systemic. We will publish monthly advocacy progress updates, launch a public advocacy tracker, and implement an accountability meter that measures counselors' performance, their attendance, participation, and manifesto delivery. Because leadership will not be vibes-based, it will be verified. We are not here to operate in airplane mode. We are here to connect, correct, and upgrade. Because when systems modernize, then student life optimizes. And that is not reform, that is transformation. Now, our looks at reform and representation. If a policy no longer serves students, then it does not deserve to remain unchanged. Reform is not about restructuring or dismantling structure. It's about refining it so that it reflects student reality. This administration will pursue comprehensive leave of absence reform that introduces clarity, fairness, and flexibility. While leave of absence will continue to be granted for 1 semester or for an academic year in the first instance, it will clearly be structured so that leave may not exceed 2 academic years or 4 semesters. This ensures flexibility and academic integrity. Now, critically, we will expand or extend late leave of absence to the 5th week of the semester. This is because we recognize that this extension, life does not always present itself or presents its challenges within the first 3 weeks. And so applications up to the 5th week will be permitted with a structured fine as protocol determined by the Office of Business and Finance where applicable. We will also introduce co-curricular credits that formally recognize leadership, sports, and volunteerism as a part of the academic journey without influencing degree classification. As Optimus Prime would say, freedom is the right of all sentient beings. And on this campus, fairness is the right of all students. If it does not reflect reality, we will refine it. Under this administration, I will also appoint a commuters representative on my task force to establish structured commuters network for those who travel daily so that they aren't invisible in the decision making rather. We will also include a representative for students with disabilities on the task force to ensure accessibility is not an afterthought, but a priority embedded in policy. For JCOL students, we will advocate for you to receive the necessary equipment and practical resources that you need to perform effectively. We will also review the Constitution to put in place representatives at both campuses so we can effectively advocate on your behalf for upgrade in lab facilities and bus schedules, as well as bridge the engagement gap. For practicum students, particularly those doing nursing or in JCOL, we have already secured JUTC transportation for assistance during practicum periods. For Western Campus students, we will advocate for a new bus or urgent repairs to the existing features. As Mr. Murray would say, the AC now work, and so me have to wind down my windows. We will also pursue e-pass for the toll route to reduce commuting burdens. Additionally, access to essential support looks at establishing a mental health hotline that's 24 hours in partnership with UNICEF. And that has already been explored with UMatter. We will also create an emergency student assistance fund, reintroduce 20 scholarships valued at $100,000 each, and reinstate the President's Grant valued at $150,000. We will also extend grants and bursaries for commuting students, and that will look at housing grants that you can use to pay your rent. When support becomes accessible, success becomes achievable. And that is not just assistance, it is transformation. You cannot pour from an empty cup, but you also cannot excel on an empty stomach. And so supermarket vouchers, discount partnerships, partnership with ILO and General Foods, expanded free meal days, student care packages, and a farmers market in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries will ensure that basic needs are not barriers to academic success. Because a well-fed knight is a well-performing knight. And when knights perform, the union transforms. Now, S, safety and student protection. We will engage alums for expanded CCTV coverage, solar lighting partnerships, which we have already secured through our alumni, as well as engage JCF to elevate campus protection. Self-defense workshops and mandatory safety modules will empower students with knowledge and readiness. F looks at facilities and campus development. And so we will pursue SAC development with more movable and flexible seating to accommodate dynamic student engagement. O looks at opportunity and recognition, because we understand that students aren't solely students here. We have student entrepreneurs, we have student athletes, and so it's time for us to celebrate and invest in our student talent. Because talent without support is wasted potential. And so we will introduce one-off funding for sporting teams, an entrepreneurial pitch with industry professionals, and business grants in collaboration with the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, and Investment and Commerce. Point R looks at revitalizing student life. A silent union is a stagnant union. And so we have already engaged Dr. Kevin Brown on having a general sports day without classes, and he has already agreed on that. We are not reviving noise, we are restoring voice. Because student life will not merely exist, it will energize. And when student life energizes, school spirit maximizes. And M, you have heard a lot of proposals or initiatives since night. M looks at mobilization and community building. Now, with the network that I've created for myself, I will utilize those networks to provide partnerships. I have already established partnerships with ministries, and that is how we will fund a lot of these projects. We have already established alumni partnerships and private donor engagement. And so we will ensure structured facility or faculty collaboration to ensure that we build lasting legacy beyond one administration. And so, Knights, this campaign is not about promises. It's about measurable, actionable transformation. We are ready to roll out. We are ready to transform. And we are ready to build a union that reflects the excellence, energy, and ambition of every Knight. Together, we will rise. We will rebuild. We will revolutionize. And we will transform. So Autobots, roll out.
Thank you to both candidates. We'll now be turning over to our panelists. Before that, I'm asking that the flashing lights on that vehicle be turned off or the vehicle be removed from the park. Turn off the vehicle lights, please.
Good night again, students. Good night, presidential candidates. First, let me say, those two entrances were quite grand. And so it appears, some of these plans. Questions to both candidates. Define in one sentence your objective for the upcoming academic year. And I'm going to give you an example. Is it that, for example, your policy is a people-first kind of policy, or is it about school spirit, whatever it is? Just one sentence.
In one sentence, my objective for the upcoming academic year is to transform how we represent, how we advocate, and how we build student life. And that looks at advocating more.
One sentence.
Yes, so it's advocating how we represent, how we advocate, and how we build campus life.
Good evening. So in one sentence, I would say our main objective is first to engage with the students to better understand their needs. Engagement is the priority.
Engagement and advocacy. Yes. All right. Both of you have been on council for 2 years. 1 year, correct? 1 year. But none of you have been at this level of representation before in terms of the executives. Tell me, why do you think that you guys are fit to be or to lead as executives? Janelle, considering that you have never been elected, you have never held a straight portfolio on the council. You have only held an advisory role. And for you, Joel, you have probably served only as a rep. You haven't led a BOR, but now you are supposed to lead the entire council. So please tell us, why should we choose you based upon your lack of experience at this level of leadership?
Thank you. My experience as a representative has been very dynamic, which has also given me the opportunity to liaise with administrative staff here at the university, especially as it pertains to reaching out to our president, Dr. Kevin Brown, and all heads of schools, and deans within our colleges to facilitate national representation to end violence against tertiary students and women. So, yes, I will not deny that by virtue of my position, I would not sit among the space of Board of Representatives or Board of Executives. But with the dynamic of leadership that was done, it also gives me the exposure and the foundation to step up.
All right. As for me, last year I would have heard Mr. Linda state that the advisory board is the backbone of the council. And so for 2 years that I've been on the council, I have led the council alongside the president. And so I've sat on the executive for quite some while. I would have gone to the administration. I would have implemented a lot of advocacy plans. I would have represented these students. And so I believe in succession planning. And I believe that I am best fit in terms of succession over the past 2 years.
So my specific question to you is, mic check 1 2. Did you say that you... Fine. Elections? Did you say you sit and serve with the executives?
Right. As a part of my constitutional role, I am allowed to sit on any board as per request. And so over the past 2 years, the first president, Mr. Darby, he would have established BOE, BOA meetings. And so I would have sit with the executives in that first tenure. And during this second tenure, we would have also done the same.
All right, so I just want to clarify that you have served well alongside both presidents, correct?
Right.
So my first question is, for the last term, 3 vacant executive positions exist. VP Finance, VP Public Relations, and Executive Secretary. As President's assistant, why were there no by-elections held?
All right, so the Executive Secretary was not vacant.
Where is the person?
She's right there.
Is she not on a leave of absence? Is
Yeah,
she
but
fulfilling her duties?
Right.
Then the portfolio is absent.
No, but you said over the last couple of times.
Hey, students, listen.
Okay, so why was there no by-election? So 1, there would have been recommendations for by-election to be done. However, at the time, when the resignation came in and the funding, it would have been said that we do not have enough money to have a by-election.
So you're saying that there's funding to do everything else except democracy. That's your stance as president?
No, I do not agree with that stance.
But once again, I'm asking why you told me tonight that the reason why there were no by-elections was a lack of funding. Are you saying that the students don't have the right to proper representation, are properly constituted? How many votes are required? How many votes are required for the executive to make a decision?
1/3. 2/3 of it.
2/3, which is how many?
2 out of 6, so that's 1.
No, go again. I'm going to ask you the question again.
Okay.
How many persons are required
So
to
it's
vote?
2/3, and that would be 4 persons out of the Board of Executives.
4 out of 6.
Right.
And how many are absent?
2.
No.
3.
3
in these times,
right?
yeah.
So which means that the board of executives cannot make any executive decision based upon the Constitution.
All right.
And you have continued the entire year. You have advised the current president not to carry out any election during this period because you don't have enough funding.
So I would not have made that advice.
So what was the advice you gave, and why did you not listen to your counsel?
As I said before, the as I said before, that there were recommendations for a by-election to be done.
So, me not understand. Hold on, students, hold on. I need some clarity.
I'm asking that the students here, that the audience, please respect the panelists as well as the candidate.
I can't believe I have to do this every year I come here. Children. Or adults, which is it? Then act like it. Do you realize that there's not even do you realize that money is the most important part of the Student Union Council and there's not a VP Finance running for the elections tonight? Allow us to ask a question so you can get the best representation. And a friend and company business this and a hype this. So once again, I'm asking you the question again. And please, to understand, I'm asking this the hardest question to you because you sit amongst the executives. Right. So you make the recommendation. Tell us tonight why those recommendations were not followed. You sit at the executive level, as you have said. Why weren't those things done?
So the recommendation was made for a by-election to be done. The Director of Elections would have also proposed dates for the by-election to be done. However, please remember that in the executives, they have their own meetings, and the president can also add a casting vote to make for. And so the decision was that we do not have enough funding guaranteed that elections would be around January, February.
How much does it cost to run this current election?
Over 1 million.
In terms of, I'm talking about not all
the
of this
system itself, yeah, the system, the voting system is $1 million.
Let me ask, so do you know how much it was for the Electoral Commission to do it?
I don't remember the exact figure, however, it was close to that.
So you guys have put both together and made a decision?
Right.
Okay, cool.
So, because you have to understand, so if the president can go against your directives and your guidance, why should the entire council follow your leadership?
It would be, I think the president follows my advice to the best of my knowledge. However, please remember that there are other members on the board of executives. At the time when by-elections were done, the executive secretary would have been there, which means that there are 4 members, as well as the casting vote or the voting would go towards the editor-in-chief as well as the VP Finance in those BOE meetings, the acting VP Finance. And so whenever they cast their votes, I am not usually at some of those BOE meetings. And so when they cast their votes, it would have been unanimous for certain decisions.
So you're saying that the students don't get a choice? So you're saying the union was run as a dictatorship?
I would not say that. I would say that the board of executives, they make the decisions.
What would you have done differently?
For me, in terms of by-election or overall?
Same question. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for by-election, I would have held by-election when the VP PR, she would have resigned in, I believe, October, thereabouts. So I would have held by-elections that time. The VP Finance as well, so it would be VP Finance and VP PR at the same time during October, based on my recommendation.
You do know that based upon what has happened, the council is not duly constituted, and most of the things that have happened are completely against the constitution, and therefore most of those decisions can't stand. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
If you have the same financial limitations, would you have held the by-elections?
Yes.
And what would you have done differently to ensure that the finances requirements were met?
So for me, yes, I would have held by-election because if it's $1 million just for the system, then we would have had parties or we would have had other engagement activities that would have led up to $1 million. And so I would have held by-election.
But why? But I don't get it. You're not answering the question clearly now. You sit, students, you sit at the level of the executive. Why did you not push for these things? Why did you not advocate and say, let us keep parties or keep whatever it is so that the students' democratic rights could be upheld?
And I'm telling you that I did.
All right, so I'm going to pass. That's it. I'm going to pass the next question to Joel. Do you have any comments on the question that was asked?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, I'm not aware of a by-election being held for VP Finance or for VP PR.
Yeah, we talk about that, but we're asking, do you have anything to say about that in its entirety?
Right, so I'm in agreement with you because...
Me? I don't go here.
Let me reiterate. I am in agreement. I am in agreement that the students have their democratic right. And if it is that a position is vacant on the council, then that should be prioritized in any circumstance.
All right.
Yes, sir.
There has been no council evaluation, and there are some members who are listed on council but are absent. What's your stance as it relates to the evaluation of council members, and in your capacity as president, what would you have done differently based upon what the outgoing council has done as it relates to the evaluation of candidates going forward? What would you have done differently?
Not holding council evaluations prohibits the transparency and accountability of the union, which also tarnishes its interpretation or image to the students. So in my opinion, or rather what would be done under my presidential leadership, is the transparent council evaluation, and it would be prioritized above any other council event or initiative, because we understand the importance of it. And also, I do not believe, I also am sure that if the union is held accountable, then that would also induce students to engage with us more.
So do you think the failure at public evaluation of candidates, because I know this happened by UWE. UWE presented their things. I see it on social media. Do you think that has an impact on tonight's outturn in terms of the candidates that show up tonight?
No. If I believe that no council evaluation resulted in the turnout tonight, yes, I do. I think everyone is here really intrigued. They want to know what we're about to discuss, because a lot of presidents that were usually done, and the Students' Union Council, a lot of that was not accomplished this year, right? So the students are not in the know of what's happening on the union and the council. So today I believe they're very intrigued, and they will receive their answers.
Awesome. Janelle, do you have a comment on that?
Yes, so under my presidency, I would have held evaluations. Last year, myself and Mr. Darby, we would have reintroduced evaluation. I am a strong believer in evaluations, and so I would have recommended to the president as well as to the executive secretary that we should have evaluations. I would have also gone ahead, created a schedule for a review conference so that we could have had that done, but it was not done because they thought there was more pressing issues.
All right. Good evening to both candidates. So I want you guys to understand. I think you guys would have understand the significance of the portfolio that you're going to undertake, right? The Students' Union is the largest union on the campus by some great numbers, right? All the lecturers, including myself, we're about 700 to 800. About 700 to 800. The Students' Union is about 12 to 14,000, right? I believe every single year in a long time, it's a missed opportunity for you guys to galvanize and to really advocate for what you guys want. I think it has been lacking for some years now. And I really and truly believe that it's not a want of understanding, and I don't think it's capability. I think it's missed opportunities, right? With that preamble, I'm going to put a a question to both of you guys and ask how do you handle. You are elected and it never happened. You are aware that the university is going to raise the school fee by 10%. No, 20%. Right? You hear that? You hear that? You hear that? All right. That is times 5. That's a fifth of whatever your school fee is now. What would you do given that scenario? You just come in office, you are presented with the issue. How would you, advocate, or even what would you do in that scenario?
In this scenario, you have to take a strategic and meticulous approach. So first, research. It is also within my intention that we will also seek to receive a lawyer on the council, whereby they can reduce the gaps in our knowledge of any legal policies or clause which can prohibit the university from increasing these fees. Then we create evidence and ask the university to justify why this increase must be implemented. What are the students receiving for an increase in 20% when our facilities are not up to par? Right? And this justification also has to be reasonable. So if, after collecting all that statistics from the general populace, presenting it to the university council, and they do not agree to a compromise, then we would have to move towards more extenuating circumstances. In essence, that would be strikes, or, if UTech now listen, we are Black Road.
All right, so I would have taken the same approach that I took 2 years ago when the university made an increase. And this looks at first, we would have, as Mr. Brown would have said, we would engage the university administration to see why this upgrade or why this increase will be happening. And once we understand that justification, whether it's fair or it's unfair to the students, we would then take it back to the student population. When we take it back to the student population, because their voice matters in all decision making, we would then, because last 2 years we had the town hall where we informed them of this. So that would be step 2. Whatever decision the students make, then I would then go back to the negotiation board with the university administration. Now strikes, while they can be good and bad, Mr. Knight would have taught us that we have passive approaches that we can take in advocacy. And so strike should always be our last resort. And so once the university does not agree, and so once the university administration doesn't agree with what we have proposed from the university population, then we would go to the extreme levels. We would also take passive strikes first, and then if it needs to be active, we would go there.
Okay, guys. All right. So question again to both candidates. You both were on the council, the current council, right? You both are on the current council. Throughout your tenure on the council, right? I want you to tell me, both of you, your 2 greatest achievements. So, remember, everybody on a council, no matter how small, you must have an achievement if you believe that your time there was successful. So I want you guys to tell me, each candidate, your 2 greatest achievements that you spearheaded and got results.
By God's grace, my 2 major accomplishments as the College of Health Sciences, first is systematic academic support. After tutoring students within the College of Health Sciences during my 2nd year and gathering the statistics, I went over the student services department. I drafted contracts, documents, presented the feasibility, and I let them know that something needs to be done for the students in the College of Health Sciences because they need structured academic support and a proactive measure instead of simply depending on summer resits or redos to increase the university throughput rate and allow them to have more, I would say, the difference between a student failing and passing is simple support. So after that contract was submitted, we were successful in having tutors now that are being paid by the university to tutor students for free. In fact, after Hurricane Melissa, we had emergency tutoring sessions for students on the Western campus because we understood their situation and they did not have the resources. So a team of over 4 students that came together, we had an all-night session right before their anatomy and physiology lab. And we are tutoring multiple modules throughout multiple schools within the university, and students are receiving the support they need. Now, second, on a lighter note,
On a lighter note. On a lighter note. Unintended.
on a lighter note, and also one of the 5 goals of the current union was advocacy to end violence against women and tertiary students. We know, unfortunately, we lost one of our own in the College of Health Sciences. And it was our priority to ensure that she was commemorated with honor. And through collaboration with the University of the West Indies, and the Center for the Arts, we were able to create and host a fundraising concert in the Alfred Sangster Auditorium, where we collected public funds, and we are now in the position to create a permanent memorial bench in Sculpture Park for her honor. And this bench will not solely commemorate Anissa Dilworth, but all students that we've lost through violence on this campus. So that is a public, permanent statement that we are taking to end violence against women and tertiary students. Those are my 2 greatest accomplishments by God's grace.
All right, my 2 greatest accomplishments is one, right, JUTC. So it's lobbying with JUTC to have more routes, as well as to introduce the Rural Express route that brought home students during Hurricane Melissa free of cost. 2, it's increasing advocacy within the Students' Union, which I would have lobbied the Minister of Finance and Public Service, who would have indicated that the University of Technology will receive an increasing subvention that will reduce the pressure on students, financial pressure on students.
So, you're saying that the university is expecting an increase in subvention? And you helped spearhead this?
Right.
Congratulations. So, that's been a long-standing issue. But I'm going to hold you to it, though. All right. So, one of the aspects that I believe is rather one of the weakest, I would say, on the union over the years. Sometimes, we advocate, maybe not as strong as we'd want to. We provide welfare, maybe not as strong as we want to. But that national presence on national issues, advocating for national issues, the tertiary student's voice. I think that we are the future leader. Well, I am a leader, but you guys are the future leader. You guys are the future leaders, and you guys will be the Jamaica of tomorrow, right? So I think you guys should be talking about the issues more often. So I'm going to ask both candidates, and don't just give me the regular. Tell me a national issue that you've seen, that you see that there's an issue that you're going to try to address and how you're going to get this issue addressed, right? And Janelle, give me practical issues. Why may I ask? This tick. I'm going to see every ministry night, right? So I'm just saying, please, practical issues.
Okay.
And either you can go first.
Right. So one of the prevalent issues that tertiary students and a national issue as well that must be addressed is what was also mentioned earlier. Because throughout this year, throughout this academic year, we've lost more than one student from this university. Voices, which we hold in the Alfred Sangster Auditorium, was a penultimate event. The university is also collaborating with us for us to have reflections, which will be more of a commemoration and stance against violence affecting tertiary students and women. We've already reached out to some contacted sponsors from various ministries, and we are collaborating with Dr. Brown and also the Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies, right, who play an incremental part in getting these artists who can come to stand for something. And we intend from that concert to raise funds to create a scholarship fund for students within the College of Health Sciences, right, to stand firmly and take a proactive approach against this instead of simply marching and then returning back on campus.
All right, so that's one issue. And the issue, you've internalized the issue, right? Because the issue, it is an opportunity to put the issue nationally, right? But based on all the things you've said, you spoke with the president of the university, that's all local or internal. So I'm saying, what are you going to do to push this issue nationally? Right? You understand the question? So that, and also the second issue.
Well, I'll elaborate. The first intention was to include all tertiary universities within our nation, Jamaica, right? We also will invite our Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition, and other delegates who will stand there and who will stand in commemoration, who will also try to implement, which was already done by the university, which I proposed to Dr. Brown, the implementation of a safety app, or even to get a bus on campus to help students. However, those things were already done, hence why we shifted our focus to providing welfare support or financial support for students. So even though now, presently, it is internalized for the university, it will still reach the national audience by virtue of those who will partake in the event when it is being done.
All right, so the other issue, I said two, right? So the
Right.
second issue.
So the second issue right now, which is also prevalent, is food insecurity. We have a lot of that happening on campus, especially post-Hurricane Melissa. And which, as College of Health Sciences representative, I have been privy to that information, considering the students who have reached out to me in my capacity. So what can be done, we can either decide to continue welfare initiatives as the Students' Union, or host another fundraiser where we can collaborate with these various ministries and corporate sectors to either raise money to go into these communities and provide welfare and food for them, and also improve the quality of life for those students here on campus who don't have it.
All right. Janelle.
All right. So I'm glad you mentioned that, because national advocacy was my first objective on the council this year. And so I would have proposed four policy proposals to the minister or to the Ministry of Education. The first one was presented last semester or early this semester on brain drain. The second issue is student safety on campus as well as national student safety. The third one is mental health, which I drafted that proposal with the Faculty of Science and Sports representative. The fourth one is on housing or student housing. And so I would have drafted those proposals. The meeting would have been today with the Minister of Education, but as a candidate, I would not be able to attend, and so the meeting has been postponed until further notice.
I have a follow-up question to that. That initiative that you're speaking, is it a general event initiative or is it a council initiative? No, to you.
So it's an initiative under the office of the president.
Hold on.
I wrote those proposals, however, the initiative is an initiative under the office of the president in terms of he wants us to look at policies, and so I would have drafted all 4 proposals.
So you're saying to me that the council, the Students' Union Council, had a meeting with the Minister of Education today, and because the advisor cannot attend that meeting, no representative from the council went to that meeting?
No. So the meeting would have been today. However, as a candidate, I'm saying that I would not be present at the meeting. However,
that is what I'm saying. So why could no
so
one
the
else,
postponement
the
of the
one?
meeting came from several issues. And so the Ministry of Education, they decided to postpone it. I would have put plans in place so to the president to have persons represent at the meeting in the event that it would have happened today.
All right, another follow-up question to a question that Dimitri asked. For the national initiatives that you spoke about, the subvention of the university, is that something that the Ministry of Education has actually agreed with the university, or is this something that they had agreed with the Students' Union Council?
I would have gone to the press briefing probably 2 weeks ago, and I would have asked Minister Favour Williams, and she would have said to me that this is something that they're looking at. Following lobbies from the Students' Union Council.
So they're looking at it, they haven't said that they're going to do it?
So she says she was looking at it following the lobbying of the Students' Union Council, because we have been very persuasive in that. And so she said, following those lobbies, she is going to have, the university should expect an increase in subvention in the first estimate of this year. And so you can check it on the PBC.
So that
Jamaica,
is therefore, hold on.
with the Students' Union Council.
So therefore, this issue is not a you lobbying or the Students' Union lobbying this issue. This is an issue that has been lobbied by the teachers long before. Am I correct?
I'm not sure about that part, but I know that the Students' Union Council would have taken this approach to lobby the ministry.
All right, that's the first question that I want to ask. But there's something else that is bothering me tonight. And the question is, how is it that in terms of the bus system that you said that was approved by the Minister of Transport, was it you who spearheaded that, or was it the president who spearheaded that?
We both did.
How can the president and his advisor spearhead that event? Who spearheaded that initiative? I'm going somewhere with this question.
So when it comes on to national issues, I would lead the charge on national issues.
So what did Percy do for the year?
Ask him.
Yeah, man, no, go ahead. And hold on, I tell you. Percy, do not, no, Percy. Percy, do not, Percy, no. Percy, wait, Percy, do not, Percy, do not, Percy. No. Percy, this is not a firing line. This is a firing line, not a mass meeting.
And so the answer.
All right, answer that, because there's a follow-up question to that. There's a reason why. Gentle people, in leadership, it is called framing of the question. So answer the question, please.
I work as the advisor of the president. I work alongside the president. And so when it comes on to national advocacy, he would have allowed me to spearhead those advocacy efforts because he knows that it is one of my passions. And so when it comes on to the university issues, the president would have allowed, or he would have spearheaded a lot of the university issues or internal issues.
All right. Hold on. No for the following follow-up aspect. So how is it that he gave you so much power as it relates to how is it that he gave you so much power at the national level of representation, but yet still your voice on simple democratic processes that impact the students of your local constitution was not upheld? Why the disparity? You're allowed to represent here in front of the nation, in front of the media, but on matters that relates to simple things such as a by-election, those things, why your voice is powerful here, but not at this level?
So I don't know how you would have gained that conclusion.
Because you said it. You said it. You said it. Hold on. First and foremost, the very first question I ask you, I tell you, I'm only asking one question tonight. And all the questions that I've asked is asking to one question. Why? I'm not going to tell you what the question is. But the question is you're only using the information you have given me. You said it yourself that you would have advised them keep the by-elections. You told them that they should. You advised them to do what? To keep the council evaluation. But they did not listen to you. But yet still they allow you to speak at the national stage. Why is there disparity? Is it that they are only allowing you to use your voice because they lack this skill and they do not take? No, Percy, this is not your show, bro. Oh, hold on. Right? Right? Guys, hold on, listen. So, is it a case where they are allowing to showcase your skill?
Guys, please. Guys.
Is it a case where they are just allowing you to showcase your skills and your talents? For example, people know that I'm a public speaker. They will invite me to speak publicly and to chair forums. But they will not. I don't hold that authoritative power where my voice can influence my peers. Which is it?
Neither. So the issue is that within the office of the president, we take different roles and responsibilities. The president, he spearheads the internal issues, and because of my national presence and so on, he would have allowed me to do that. Now, that's the office of the president, but that is not the board of the executives. The board of executives make decision making, and so the board of executives, they have their own advisors. And so while I advise the president, it takes 4 persons to vote on an issue. And so without the board of executive coming to that decision making, then it cannot be passed within our council.
Give her a round of applause. Give her a round of applause, man. Applause. So you're saying to me that if your current board of executives vote against holding a by-election in the upcoming academic year, you're going to follow the board of executives and not what the Constitution says?
Not for me. From under my leadership, I would have told Percival that he can allow his board of executives to make decisions that are not in the best interest of students. However, for me, under my leadership, I am a student first. And so I will ensure that decisions are made in the best interest of students first.
So hold on. On that note, guys, so on that note, well timed, I want both candidates to tell me one thing about Percy's administration that you agree with and one thing that you didn't agree with. So based on what you just said, so tell me one thing what you agree with and one thing that you don't agree with. Both persons.
One thing that I agree with is him, the objectives that he would have taken. So in terms of he would have outlined objectives for the council itself. So that, as I mentioned, the national advocacy is one of our main objectives. He would have looked at mental health and so on, and health in overall. I agree with that approach. I agree with having students or having counselors having 6 weeks plans to keep them more accountable. Something that I am not in agreement with, which I would have told him before, is the operation of the Board of Executives. They sometimes are powerless in a way, so they are reactive rather than being proactive.
So you appreciate his approach. That's what you're saying, right? So if you were to encompass you appreciate his approach in the council, right? Okay.
One thing I appreciate about our president is his policy-driven approach, where he has, continued the reformation of the redo resit policy, which now protects the students' academic integrity. However, one thing I would change is the level of transparency and how proactive the Board of Advisors are in terms of making decisions and informing the rest of the council when things are being executed, and also placing value on the opinion of what is being done and operating as a council.
So let me, guys, so let me just say, like, from both of you guys come up here, on the basically, on most matters, on the basically go two different directions. But both of you said that you don't like the fact that the council was not proactive. I found I found it concerning, right? Because that is something that you saw, and that's something that you saw. But what did you guys do to change that in any way?
In my capacity, I can only raise my concerns to my board chair, which I have done on numerous times. And also as a representative, I have to know how to pivot, right? If decisions are not being done proactively and in a timely manner, I still have to meet the needs of the students within my faculty, which has resulted in me finding ulterior ways of getting things done and supporting the students. In terms of, when I say ulterior, in terms of taking the approach by seeking, so, let me reiterate, right. My approach is simply, if the union is not proactive in addressing the needs of the students I directly serve, I will get support either from our dean, head of school, or anyone else who can provide that in a timely manner.
So you're saying that as a rep during your time, at no point in time did you hold your council members and your executives, especially your executives, accountable?
I can hold them accountable by speaking up.
So no evaluation, no by-election. What did you do specifically for that?
What I did is I spoke to my board chair. And that's what I can do in my capacity, is to speak to my board chair.
No. He goes to a council meeting. We have council meeting every month. So what did you do there?
Let me put a point to that as well. In our most recent council meeting, I asked the president to clearly outline the precedence of the decisions that he is making within the council as it relates to this electoral period. And I did not get a straight answer.
For this election, I'm talking about by-elections and the no evaluations.
Okay, so for no evaluations, first of all, we were not formally communicated that the council evaluations would not be held. We were here on council retreat, and eventually it just played out. We had no evaluation. I spoke to my board chair and I left it there.
So if every matter you talk to your board chair, when do you communicate with your president when you realize nothing is being done from the answer from your board chair?
In that same instance, concerning no council evaluation, I sent a formal email to the Board of Executives, which I am still waiting for a response.
Tamon?
All right, good night, Janelle and Joel.
Good night.
All right, so I have a question for both of you. Now, with the consideration of the fact that you have two executives that are prospective in terms of them being first years, right? They lack the experience, basically. What do you plan to do should you be in office in terms of building their experience to be effective executives within that board?
Well, that is why we have ex-officio members on the union and why we conduct training within the summer sessions to adequately prepare the students to serve well, right? And we also have collaboration with JUTS, where we can collectively create transformation sessions to ensure that these students are adept in knowledge and represent their students well. Similar as what was done for myself as a new council member. We went through our rigorous training. I went into my capacity as a blank slate, and I'm here standing today as your presidential candidate. So it's possible.
All right, thank you, Janelle.
So one, I would ensure that leadership retreat is done and that these members are here during the summer period. But expanding beyond that, I have already spoken to the U.S. Embassy, and they have agreed that we will have leadership programs that we can go abroad for dorm executives, for counselors, as well as for club executives.
All right, good evening, everyone. Joel, I have a question for you, yes? What do you study here at the University of Technology?
I'm studying a Bachelor of Science in Pharmaceutical Technology.
Right. Janelle, what are you studying?
I'm studying a Bachelor of Pharmacy.
Okay. All right, then. And this is the College of what?
Health Sciences.
Of Health Sciences, right?
One cost never two?
Both of them. Here's my thing for both candidates, right? All is well with Janelle because she transforms, right? And Joel is telling you to shift. When your school calls you to submit assignments, be present at lectures and labs, am I right? As well as all the other demands that are of you as students, I'm not sure how you're going to transform or shift. My concern at this moment is your manifestos, both of them, are extremely loaded for College of Health Sciences students. And I'm pretty sure you're not first-year students. In fact, you're at a very critical path where when school call, you're going to answer before leadership. You cannot promise to students, both of you, it's not a one or two, because I read them, and me really want to know how you're going to do this, because resources is no longer the concern, but it is the time for you as presidential candidate. So that's one. I really need to know how you're going to do it, right? Two, I am concerned if you understand as presidential candidates that your role is very administrative. You know what I mean by that? You're sitting in meetings, you're coming back to your union to talk to them. That's your board executive and your representative say, this is how XYZ. I say, what are we going to do about it? It's to collect feedback and go back and say, my union is saying no. But yet you're telling me that you're going to do programs and trackers and so. So my question is, what's the role of your union if you're going to do everybody's role? So you have to make sure, I mean, I know, guys, I can't do this sleeping in them, you know, right? So my concern number one, I need you to let the students know from now, because anyway you take it, you're both health sciences students. How are you going to dedicate that time that you have promised to them, knowing that you have other obligations? Anyone know? Go on.
That's not a new issue. Especially considering I represent almost 2,000 students. And what I tell myself is, I either increase the sacrifice or reduce the desire. There are multiple nights a week where I sleep in the lab, and that is when I get work done, because I have to address the students' needs throughout the days. it's also important to understand that, yes, I am a presidential candidate, but my scope also has to reach in all portfolios. So essentially, I am not implying, or my manifesto does not presuppose that I will independently accomplish all my points, but coordinate with those on the council to ensure that this criteria is met. And with a strong team that supports each other, that is proactive and timely in what they do, we can accomplish much.
No, this is not a new issue, as you would have said. I've already done it on the national level. I've already done it while balancing regional duties, all while writing a book and going to school. So I've done it all, and I can do it again. Additionally, the president at UTech, we set the vision for the council. And with that being said, all of those plans will be in collaboration with different representatives as well as the board of executives. And so it's not a president alone duty, it is an entire council duty.
Thank you so much. Good answer? Yes, a good answer. Good answers. So love that you're expressing that here. Both of you would really appreciate when you're putting out your manifesto that you express it there, right? I did ask how. I never really got an answer to how, but I'll work with what you said, right? In your first 100 days, because the truth is you have 1 year to lead and lead well. In your first 100 days, what do you plan to accomplish being in office? Think about the question. Don't have to give no grand answer. For your first 100 days, what are you going to do?
My first 100 days look at these, about 4 things. The first one is that I will put the policies, that is leave of absence policy, the regulation that is AMIP, changing AMIP, as well as revamping the cell phone policy from out of classrooms, as well as visitation policy. And then after that, I will also ensure that JUTC transportation is provided for practicum students during the summer session.
My first approach when I enter office is first to strategize, to set the mandate for what the council needs to accomplish in a timely manner and in a realistic mandate. After which, we will focus on student engagement and transparency by gradually shifting the image and interpretation of the union while simultaneously focusing on the most major issues students are currently facing, which is financial insecurity, ensuring that we have meetings and advocate for the students concerning the increase of any fees.
All right, thank you so much. These are my last 2 questions, one to each candidate. Joel, you are coming from health sciences and you're planning, well, you're running for president, yes? Dimitri would have asked you quite a few questions about how do you handle matters that are happening at the executive level or just on the entire level of UTech students, to which you would have expressed that you've shared your concern with your board chair, right? However, you are running for president, no longer for the 2,000 students that you serve, but for over 12,000 students. How have you planned accordingly in terms of who have you spoken to? What are the connections? What is the engagement? What is the observation you've done about the executive? Because right now when we ask the questions about the executive, you keep telling us you talk to your board chair, but you're planning to lead the executive. So what you've been doing? So my question for you is, what has been your planning stage coming up to election, well, debate night, to prepare yourself for presidency? Want me to go again?
Yes, please.
All right. Joel, what you been a do to prepare yourself for turn president? Not at I have done this in my role as College of Health Sciences representative, but this is what I'm doing to prepare myself as president. What you been do?
I've been reaching out and communicating with past presidents of the council. First, by nature of my portfolio on the council, I would not be privy to certain operational strategies or nuances of the council.
Right.
And if I intend to serve as the president, it is important that I am adept or knowledgeable. So seeking counsel, guidance, also from some current council members, and what strategic approach can be taken, while also relating them to my approach and my committee. For context,
I'm going to pause you right there 1 minute. Percy, he has spoken to you? Oh, okay. Just including that in your, go ahead.
Okay. So similar approach to what was done on my committee, where I related to how I also manage the students that serve the College of Health Sciences.
Thank you, Joel. Percy is not a past president, Percy is current president. So, hold on, hear me out. It doesn't matter whether or not he reached out to past president. Percy is the current president. Even if he wishes not to reflect Percy's leadership, out of respect that you plan to take over from Percy, you need to have a conversation with Percy to know what to do or what not to do. You understand me? You get what me I say? But Joel, thank you so.
Percy.
Why you never ask Percy? And it's okay. Why you never ask Percy? And if he chose, if him say him just a real Percy, that's just his answer. Why didn't you ask Percy?
I'll be honest. I am intentional about who I see counsel from, right? And I am being transparent. I am not attacking character, but we need to be frank and mature, right? I am a systematic person. So if I see a leader in any capacity leading a specific systematic way which I do not think is efficient or proactively serving the students to the best of its ability, right? Then it is not within my scope of interests to seek advice from that person.
Hold on.
Guys. So, guys. So, let me say. So let me say this, right? Nothing is wrong with speaking about the current realities and what you would want to do different from the current realities. But let me say, Percy not running for anything out here, right? Please, right? Students, all I want to do is vote for Percy or whoever don't vote. He is the president now, right? Please respect the office. That's all I am saying. Just respect the office. Guys. That's all I am saying. Respect the office, please. He's going to be in the office if he win. You want to respect it then, right? So respect the office. No. What I'm saying is, guys, please, be tempered, right? Yes. Please. And as I said, you can always refer to what currently happens. Nothing is wrong with that. But the approach is what I'm asking. The approach. And that's all I'm saying. Cool.
That's it, Joel? You finished?
Yes, I'm finished, but out of due respect, one, I will not stand here and diminish the character of our current president, right? Listen, even though we have disagreements, the reality is Percival Roberts has made sacrifices for this council. He has not resigned or left office. He's consistent with what he does. And even though we don't see eye to eye, our main goal is still to represent students. So I will not disrespect you, but we have differences in character on how we would approach situations.
All right, thank you, Joel. Thank you so much, Joel. Janelle, here is my question to you. I'm not going to ask her that. All right. Janelle, just for clarity, for me, what exactly is the role of the president's advisor? Just give me some clarity there.
The president's advisor, apart from advising the president, that's the mere duty of the president's advisor. Secondly, they should mimic the duties of the president, as well as constitutionally, they are responsible for preparing documents as per request of the president themselves.
All right, so here's my concern, followed by my question. Yes? The student body would have been able last year to exercise their democratic right? Because I think I did 3 candidates run for president and a couple of other posts. And they would have voted in their representatives for the Students' Union 2025-2026. The president advisor is selected by the president, yes, as an advisor.
Right.
I am concerned of how your presentation was earlier, especially when Dimitri or Granville, they run out the questions them, and you say to us, students here who would have exercised their democratic right, that when national issues are called, my president is not the one at the forefront representing me. As an advisor, your role, first of all, is to advise. You also said that you prepare documents, which is fine. Prepare the proposals all you want. But when it comes on to presentation, advocacy, and communication, it must be done by the elected body that the students would have selected to represent them. It also gives off the narrative, which is why Granville asked, what Percy do all year? That you are doing the president's work, and you are not the president. Exactly. In fact, you are not a member of the union, you're a member of the office of the president. And as such, hold on.
I'm a member of the union.
Oh, sorry, she's a part of the union. My bad. Sorry, Janelle, right. But you're not a part of the board of executives who make the decisions based on what you guys have been saying, exactly, especially with the whole by-election thingy. And as such, you have to be careful how you present yourself as a candidate. Because what I get right now is, vote for me because I already do the work of the president. And you are not the president. Well, me not know what go on, me not have no vote. So Janelle, my question to you is, based on what is happening now, respect for role and role assignment is clearly an issue on the union. Going in as president, remember, president, not first vice president, not based on your manifesto, which is very loaded. How are you going to ensure that you operate in your duties as a president and not overstep in other roles and positions on the union? Because you know yourself and you know your role. That's my question.
So one, I must clarify something earlier, that one of the constitutional roles, as I mentioned, is to mimic the duties of the president. And so as the office of the president, they would have given specific tasks, especially as well as the BOE, they would have given us specific tasks to carry out. And so the national advocacy, I'm not saying that, oh, the president did not play any role in anything, but there are specific tasks that are assigned to persons to ensure the effective functioning of the council, because one person or 6 persons cannot manage it by themselves. Secondly, in terms of ensuring that I stay within my role, is because, as I said, I know my constitutional duties, and I have been doing just my constitutional duties.
All right. I just want to clarify something. The president advisor does not mimic the president.
The Constitution says
The Constitution, hey, in the absence of the president, who fits the role?
the first vice president.
All right, cool. That's it. I just want everyone to have an understanding of that tonight. And I am saying that because we have observed from the sidelines over the last couple of years that you guys have not been abiding by the Constitution. Everyone has been doing what they feel is doing. And the Constitution is there to serve a particular purpose, to ensure that students are properly represented. Exactly. Right? So please note that. I have 2 challenges with your manifestos. And these are perhaps my final 2 points for the night. Joel, I'm not seeing any clear policy as relates to the university. At least one, every president must have at least one policy that they are trying to address. I am not seeing that from your manifesto. So my question to you is, can you clearly outline one policy, whether it be academic or otherwise, it's not for me to dictate what it is, that you are going to be advocating for, whether through your council or through yourself, for the upcoming academic year? Because I'm not seeing it clearly from your manifesto.
Yeah, my apologies, it was not clear. However, one policy that will be reformed is the academic probation policy. Because currently, as it stands, it outlines what constitutes academic probation. However, there is no structured academic recovery plan for students in place. Hence why we will connect it with the university-wide peer tutoring to assign students who fall under the category of academic probation to get the support, the individual support as they wish. Also, as it stands, the policy states that students on academic probation will be sent to their academic advisor. But we have multiple students here on campus who still do not have an academic advisor. So that policy reformation will also meet the gaps, or the gaps will be filled by the university-wide peer tutoring across every faculty.
All right, cool. All right.
Excuse me. Just one addition. So, in the Constitution, it does state that basically in the absence of the president, the first... Let me talk, please. Let me talk, please. As Director of Elections and Regulatory Affairs, based on my knowledge of the Constitution, it states that if the president is absent, then the first vice president is to act in the role of the president. It also, however, states that the advisor to the president mimics the role of the president. It does state both things. It's in the document.
Please read that for me, because, hold on. Please, hold on. Find it word for word and let us have it tonight. We're not going to discuss that tonight. Hold on, we're not going to discuss that tonight. Because the question is, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Because the Constitution clearly states that the first vice president acts in the capacity of the president. Where was the first vice president? But we're not talking about that now. Let's just get this on with, all right? Soon come back to that. And do not, students, I create policies at the national level. Wordings.
Please allow the panelists to talk. Please stop interrupting the process, please.
Guys, please, guys.
The word mimic is not an indication that they must act. All right?
All right, so let me just say this. All right, guys. Because none of us have me put it in the constitution. No. But as I said, yeah, a lot of constitutional reform happening in my year. It's an operational issue. The first VP operates as the president. Mimicking the role doesn't mean operate. You understand? So no. Allow me to, listen. Allow me. Constitution is left to interpretation, right? So I can't wrong, you know. If it, what he's speaking to is since he saw it, right? Since he saw it. So let's move on. So as I said, operational, different.
In terms of Joel, the issue that you mentioned, in terms of the policy proposal that you mentioned, is that a pressing issue by the students, or is that something that you decided that you're just going to correct?
It's based off my observation from the students within the college that I'm privy to, where they're on academic probation. I don't see where they have structured support within the college, whereby some of them have to join my tutoring sessions when I'm teaching students. But we want to have a formal structure in which support can be granted to those.
All right. So I'm going to ask the same question to you, Janelle. There's a policy here that has existed from 2007 as it relates to the use of cell phones in the classroom by teachers and lecturers. Is this are students being punished for having their cell phones in the classroom? Are teachers being punished for having their cell phones or devices in the classroom?
No, however, at the last AMIP that I went to, one of the lecturers or one of the panelists would have said that even though the policy isn't, basically there is no offense of the policy, if they caught a student there using their cell phone in the classroom, then they can be brought forward to AMIP or the disciplinary. No, on a general in the classroom, and because of its existence.
Has this ever occurred in your tenure? Or
no. However, where the policy exists, there exists opportunity for consequences.
All right, fair enough. The reason why I ask is that we have to ensure that you have a limited time in office. We don't focus on non-issues. It's similarly to the Buggery law. The Buggery law is still on the books. No politician is touching that because of, for whatever reason, but it is not causing any harm in the public. So focus on what is important. That's the reason why I asked that question. But I want to ask, is this these two policy proposals as it relates to the leave of absence and the cell phone policy, use of cell phone, are these your ideas?
Yes.
So how is it that the first VP also have these two as his main policy proposals?
I'm not sure. I would have, maybe he posted it as his. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
Interesting.
Because he would have said that, I am assuming that he read my manifesto because he said that in the presidential candidate manifesto, she would have included the leave of absence policy for it to be reformed. So I'm assuming that.
Oh, okay. All right, interesting. It's interesting, that's all I have to say. But do you understand as it relates now to the leave of absence? Do you understand the nature of the current policy and why it only exists for 1 year? Why does it exist? And what implications will it have on the tenure of a student? And it's a loaded question. How many, so first let me just ask a question in reverse. Yeah. One, how long does a student have to complete their studies? That's one. Two, how will the current leave of absence, as it is your recommended changes, impact that policy?
For example, there are different tiers. So for example, a student doing bachelor, then they have 4 years plus 3 additional years, or the total amount plus 3 additional years, so 7 years studentship.
And the question is, how does your policy change impact that?
Well, I don't see them exceeding these 7 years because I don't think it will impact them negatively. Because even if you extend or if you surpass 7 years, you still can apply for extension of studentship.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be granted, correct? So are you saying that you are advocating that if a student, let's say I'm in my first year, I start my first semester, I can come back after 2 years to restart again, even though there may be changes in the program?
No. So in the manifesto as well, I would have stated that the students will not be able to apply for leave of absence within the first semester of which they are admitted into the faculty. And so no, that would not be an instance.
What about the first year? So I've completed my first year. I missed 2 years of changes in the entire curriculum. Do you think it is just that I come back in again, missed out everything and start again?
I think so, yes.
All right, fair enough.
All right. So, then talk about the meat of the matter, because we talk about policies, we talk about issues. But as a president, your ability to galvanize, guys, your ability to galvanize students is going to be important. You are nothing without the students behind us, right? So your ability to galvanize students, you see, students come out for you guys, but what percentage of the university would say this is? Not even 1%. So you guys, you need to work on your ability to galvanize students. And also how you deal with power. Either you're going to get a lot of power, right? And one of my mentors always quote the Abraham Lincoln's quote that nearly all men can withstand adversity. But if you want to test the true character of a man or woman, give them power, right? As I stated earlier, this union has 12,000 to 14,000 people, while some of the other unions, that's not the number, right? What are you going to do, or how would you rate yourself first in your ability to galvanize students? Because that is going to be very important to the success of most of your initiatives. So how would you rate your ability to galvanize students, and what would you do to improve that? All right, both candidates.
I would rate my ability as an honest 7. It's the palpable social norm within our faculty is that students prioritize academics over any form of engagement, right? So that was a particular issue when I decided to step into office. And the approach that I took was the reformation of the representative committee that I have. Remember, the College of Health Sciences has almost 2,000 students. So what we did was broke down the college in as small groups as possible. Right now, my committee has more students than those on the Students' Union Council. There are over 60 students actively working on my committee to meet the needs of the students, their specific needs in their specific year groups. What we also did to get engagement in our week of activities and also in our event that we held last semester is organized classroom visits. The reality is you cannot reach all students through social media or alone. Students need to physically see and feel their presence, and that will induce them to come out and support. Notwithstanding, social media, once utilized correctly, is also powerful. For context, one of the first reformations that I made when I came into office was the structured CUS WhatsApp community for the students in the college. It may sound arbitrary, but the students were extremely uninformed. So right now we have over 41 groups, which includes all the associate degrees and certificate degrees, which have basically been forgotten over the years and are not updated about college events or notices. We now have them in that central WhatsApp community with over 1,700 students, where even our dean, our vice dean, our heads of schools sends notices and updates the students. It was also used as the formal communication channel for students during and after Hurricane Melissa. So we could reach them, identify their needs, and ensure that all student needs are met. So we have to be systematic in our approach in terms of the use of social media and our physical presence on campus, classroom visits, walks. We just organize it as a committee and let the students feel our presence.
So you're positing that if elected, you will increase the ability to galvanize students.
I am positive.
All right, Miss Janelle Gordon.
I would rate myself 6 to galvanize students, a fair and honest response. What I would do to improve that is that we need to have more campus engagement, and that extends beyond the Papine campus. This extends to the Western campus and the satellite campuses, so that more students are aware of us, more students can see us, we as a union, or a council rather, is more visible and present for our students. And so mixing campus engagement with social media, we can get to these students and increase traction, such as traction at mass meetings, for example.
All right, good answer from both. I hold both candidates to this, because we need to increase it. I think this is the last from the table. I must say that I applaud both candidates for going for the position. The office of the president is one with. You will be different now, 1 year from now. That's all I'll say, right? It is a journey, and I commend you guys for even, putting yourself up for that journey. So that is it from me.
All right, thank you, panelists. We have a little announcement.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, so there is a device that is missing. So if you could just check your surrounding or your hands to see if you have accidentally taken up a device that is not yours. So out of common courtesy, I'm just making this announcement. If you see a device that is not belonging to you, please, it's an Android phone. Right.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a set of questions now from students.
Good night, everyone. I am the Assistant Director of Elections, so I have a question for Ms. Gordon. I would have heard where the panelists would have asked you the question, how much it would have cost to have ECJ come and do the elections versus using the university system. Now, in regards to your answer, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you said it would be around the same, correct? Now, my question is, how exactly did you come to this estimate? Because to the best of my knowledge, we did not receive an estimate from the ECJ regarding how much it would cost for them to facilitate the elections for us, as we would have cut off all communications with them. Were you guys not hearing me? My apologies. I will start over then. Continue? Okay. So, as I would have said, my question is, how exactly did you arrive at this fee estimate? Because to the best of my knowledge, we did not receive a fee estimate from the ECJ, and we would have cut off communication with them as instructed before we were able to get to that point in the talks.
How I came to that conclusion is because in my previous tenure as President's advisor under Mr. Darby, we would have engaged ECJ because we wanted to reintroduce face-to-face voting. And so we would have gotten estimates during that time.
Can you say that those estimates would not have changed compared to this year?
More than likely, if it changed, it would be increased due to inflation, so not decrease.
Okay, thank you very much. And my second question is, I remember where you would have pointed out that you serve on national bodies, regional bodies, as well as this committee, and you said that was one of the ways in which you could state that you are able to manage your time. Just a quick question is there going to be any change in how difficult it is to manage your time now that you're no longer simply the president's advisor, but now going to, if you win, be the president while still maintaining all the other things you are doing? Because now you're taking one portfolio that is heavier than it would have been previously.
No, I am effective at time management, and so no, there won't be any changes.
Okay, thank you.
Good night. All right, Joel. So your overall policy incentive and in presidency is engagement. What are the issues in my faculty? Because it was not a part of your manifesto. Don't tell him, please, be quiet.
Kindly repeat the question.
What are the issues in my faculty?
So by virtue of what I've known from a few students from public health administration, is that there are challenges concerning transportation to and from campus. But as it relates to currently, I have not done my feasibility research on the specific issues. So that is to the extent of my knowledge right now. Transportation to and from campus.
All right. So before I continue, you see how you do anything is how you do everything. All right? So if we are the marginalized group of students in this entire university, and you care not to even understand what is happening to a marginalized group of students, how is it that you are going to convince the entire university that you are even interested in their issues?
Evidence does not provide that that is true by virtue of the work that was done in my post. And also, various campus visits were done and included within my manifesto from the Western campus, and even issues that were collated from those on the dentistry campus in Arthur Winth. No,
hold on, Mr. Brown. Hold
okay.
on. When did you visit the School of Public Health and Health Technology in your campus visits?
I have not as yet. So I'll be transparent. So I have not visited that campus, and it is within my intentions.
So you are looking for my vote and the vote of all of the public health students that are standing in the crowd right now. Guys, hello? Help me understand. Help me appreciate what it is that you are trying to do for us right now.
We have to understand that we are university students, which means we also have to think critically, right? I can visit your campus 100 times and still decide not to do anything about it. But the evidence provides that what has been promised to be accomplished on my manifesto, the work has been done.
What is that work?
Within my college, which was done. So if now, by virtue of that, we are using that as the basis that I am reliable and credible, then if I give you the implication that the needs for the students within the public health and administration school will be met, then they will be met.
All right. Let us address the issues. Relax.
So I'll ask you now,
Hold on,
and I thank you.
Hold on, wait, no, oh! You spoke about transportation and scheduling. How are you going to address the issue of transportation and scheduling?
Well, the first thing we're going to do is send out a report, send out a form and engage you students first, because we need clarity on everything.
But you have to tell me though, what is the specific issue with the transportation and the scheduling?
What is the issue with the transportation and schedule?
What is the specific issue?
I am currently not aware of it.
All right, you are not competent for this conversation. Janelle?
Please.
Hold on, no?
Maintain decorum.
All right, hold on, no? He does not know how to answer the question.
I am trying to understand your point of view, and we have to also. You have the freedom to ask your questions.
I'm not preventing you from asking your questions. Hello. I'm asking that everyone here, everyone who has a question has the right to ask their questions. I'm asking you that you not be loud or to allow the man to ask him questions for them to be heard, please. Please, and also, just give him a chance to answer the question. Please, just be respectful of the entire process. I'm asking you.
All right, Mr. Brown, go ahead. Attempt to answer.
First, it's very important, especially if we are trying to meet the needs of the students, that we maintain decorum and be respectful in any manner. I have been transparent. I'm not giving you fluff. I have mentioned that I do not know the specifics of the issues for the students within the Public Health Administration. However, it will be done. Now I'll ask you this. Which is more reliable? A man's words or his work? The work that was promised was accomplished. And if after receiving your issues and I give you the proposal of what was done, then the work will be accomplished. So this is the perfect opportunity for you right now. And I understand that you're passionate about the issues, which is good, because you're representing the students within your faculty. Have you escalated any of your issues to the Students' Union Council?
All right. So you see, within the last 4 years, there have been 2 John College's student representatives. Do you know who those 2 representatives are?
I've been at this university for less than 4 years. So no, I would not know.
You are looking at one of them.
Okay.
So that question is redundant to me because I would have escalated all of those issues during my tenure. But thank you for your response. I would like to move on respectfully to Janelle. Now, a part of your report earlier that you read, you said that you would have a accountability meter. How would this accountability meter work? Because one of the main issues that even up to this morning in the second year public health group, the students were livid about the promises that well-spoken individuals come up here year after year after year and speak and give us their word, especially to the quote-unquote satellite campuses every year, and nothing is done. So this accountability meter, how can all of us as students, not just the public health students, hold you guys accountable?
So on the accountability meter, it looks at different aspects of the council duties. So such as participation, if your representatives is participating in meetings, do they attend these meetings? Are they fulfilling their manifesto points? And that is a public accountability meter. And that starts accountability, making it public starts the first step of accountability. Now, the second step of that is that the disciplinary committee exists for a reason. And so if councillors are not fulfilling their duties, then they will move forward to the disciplinary committee, which will be effective during my tenure.
All right. There's a reason why I asked that question. I'm going to come back to it. When I'm finished, I'm just going to finish up. All right. So, you said that you're going to get a new bus for the Western students. If you can't get a new bus, you're going to make urgent repairs to the existing bus. Now, to the best of your knowledge, there's a new bus that was purchased recently, right? Do you know when the last coaster bus was purchased before that? By any chance, do you have an idea?
No.
All right. So it was purchased in 2007 approximately. Now, it took approximately 18 years for the university to purchase a new bus. Do you know that that new bus is currently not driving now?
Right, I know.
And the transmission is out?
I know.
Okay. So, There are new public health students that are coming in this August. There are public health students being affected right now. We don't even have AC. Well, they don't even have AC in the bus to travel back and forth. And are being the students are paying their school fee and are being inconvenienced because they're not even being allowed to travel in comfort. Not just that, the size of the bus is inadequate to carry the number of students to and from the public health campus to this main campus. Now, I want a timeline, a specific timeline. How are you planning to, if you are elected as the president, how are you planning to address this specific bus issue? Because it cannot just be a case where you are planning to get a new bus for the Western students.
All right, so for the public health students, I would have mentioned to them during my talk with the public health students that I have already spoken to the operations manager at JUTC, and I've already asked them if they could transport our students that are from public health to the public health facility or the campus. This is because I know that students, they have to either fight to get into the buses in the morning, and the bus schedule is not effective. And so I have already asked for JUTC to provide transportation for these students. And this is, so the alternative to the bus system, if the university cannot provide a new bus, would be to get other facilities or other transportation methods through JUTC.
All right, so when was the last time you visited the School of Public Health?
I did not visit during this tenure, so last tenure.
All right, so the JUTC bus is going to pick up the students at the roundabout and drop them off at the School of Public Health at the front of the school.
It would not go into the school because JUTC, the bus has challenges going into the facility itself.
Exactly.
And so, yes, and I am aware. And so it will drop them off at the front and so that they can traverse
so
to the
students
schools.
are supposed to walk from the main gate.
I was not finished. So the second alternative.
Students. For those of you who don't know, it's a very legitimate question.
Yeah.
And the reason is
Because it's
the School of Public Health isn't located
on
in
the main
Papine.
road, right?
It's located in the garrison. I just want you
Right.
guys to realize that. So
Exactly.
it's a security conscious question that he's asking.
Right. And so I wasn't finished. And so the second alternative that I would have mentioned this morning was that we have a partnership with Mortec Taxis. And what we did last year was that we provided vouchers for them to go or to be transported to different areas. And so with the taxi system, it would be a case where you can utilize the taxis to get from one area to the next, from Papine to the Slipe.
All right, so you see, during my time on the union, I have attempted to use Mortec. They are very unreliable service. Very unreliable.
But I understand that, however, last year, I can tell you that they were very reliable. Even for Teach the Youth, we use them to go for the students in the different areas, garrison areas. And so they were very reliable to us.
All right, so they're rushing me on to say that there are other students that want to talk. So finally, you said that you would review the Constitution to have 2 student representatives, one for Giant College, one for public health, and one for oral health. And you would use these reps to boost the engagement. How is it that you are going to, what is these 2 reps going to do differently that the previous representative with 2 deputy, one deputy for public health and one deputy for oral health could not do? What are your two student representatives going to do differently?
No, the responsibilities of these two representatives move beyond engagement. When I spoke with the public health students, they would have told me that it's kind of difficult. They understand that it's kind of difficult for their representative currently to leave oral health and to go to public health to get the issues. They can confirm that they told me that. And so
I did it.
that's you, but they are saying that their representatives currently, it's difficult for them to move from DMD, as in from the oral health school to public health to get the issues. And so they would prefer that they have two representatives to respond to their direct issues. And so that's what they would do differently.
All right. So to the public health, I am finished, but to the public health students that are hearing me and the Giant Colleges students, I want you to note this, everything that was said here tonight. I want you to hold these persons accountable for what they are saying here tonight, because I can even specifically, me and Percival served together. Percival went up here last year and said that he would provide a mobile unit for catering, for additional meals, for the oral health students.
Point of clarification, Voda was on campus. They would have, I don't think he would have said mobile because he would have known the conversations.
And I am so happy you said that. It is recorded and it's on YouTube. He said, and he was asked, and he clarified, and he said a mobile unit. Again, to the public health students, hold them accountable.
Good night. Okay, so good night, everybody. I have...
Can we just settle down, please? The student is trying to ask a question.
Good night. So I have a question, and it's for Janelle. I hope you don't see this as an attack, but I feel like it was supposed to be addressed. So, oh, sorry. So, Miss Gordon, in the last firing line or election, you adamantly played a part in the tarnishing of another candidate. How can we trust that you will be an ethical and righteous student leader this time around?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. No, I would not say it's tarnishing. However, I made clarity or I clarified certain information during that. And so what I would say is...
In regards to that, this is on YouTube because it was recorded. The candidates at the moment asked if it was an attack and you stated yes very boldly.
And I would have clarified with Mr. Martin. He can tell you that I said that he was supposed to say, yes, it is. No, because the mic was removed. You can check it on it. Right. And so I would have clarified with Mr. Martin from the very, I think it was even hours after or the very next day. However, to answer your question, I believe in integrity and I believe in accountability. And so I believe that I have not done anything that's harmful unless because the university or the union would have brought me to the disciplinary hearing before. And so because of my track record of having a clean slate, I can say that I am one of integrity.
Noted.
Thank you.
Hi, good night, my fellow students.
So my question is for you, Ms. Janelle. Okay, let me ask the student before I get to it. Any of the student, are you aware that you have to pay 100% of your school fee before you can actually sit your exam?
I'm going to ask again. Please respect the process. The students have valid questions for their future presidents. Please allow them to ask the questions. Once, if you have a question or a statement to make, you are free to join the line.
Okay, back to my question. Students, are you aware? Any of you students here are aware that you have to pay 100% of your school fee? Okay, and you're all okay with that?
No.
All right, wonderful. Ms. Janelle, I am aware that you have been on the council for the past
2 years.
Years,
basically.
right? Yes, and you're an advisor. So my question to you is, what have you advised, Mr. Percy, if you can be so transparent with us, and since we are now at a stage, we're sitting exam next month. So I want to know, what are you going to do if you are elected? Or you should have done that either way. So let me hear your point on that. And my question is also, I want to hear Joel as well.
All right, great. So this issue would have came up from last semester, or rather the summer session. And when the Board of Executives would have brought it up, I would have said to them that there exists a JTech policy currently, and I would have identified that policy. That policy states that if you, as student, have less than 10% of your outstanding balances or your tuition, you should be able to sit the examination. I would have gone to the office of the president, that is Dr. Kevin Brown, and I would have proven to the Board of Executives that the university have signed that JTech policy, which means they should act in accordance with that. And so, therefore, I would have advised the Board of Executives, beyond Mr. Percival Roberts, the Board of Executives, that this is not ethical to be done. And what was recommended from the JTech committee was that we reach out to UCJ. And UCJ, we reached out to UCJ, which is the accreditation body, because they can put consequences on our university. All right? So that was done last summer semester. And the second thing, it was brought up recently again in the council group by Michael Lewis, the Director of Spiritual Affairs and Spiritual Development. And I would have gave my recommendation on how we should approach this. After that, I was removed from the group due to elections. And so I'm not sure where they are on that, but I saw a letter was written to Dr. Brown regarding the 100% criteria. And so I would have given my advice on it and how they should approach it, because I believe it's unethical. Not only is it unethical, but it is illegal according to the JTech policy.
My affirmation, and excuse my voice, my affirmation is that the council could take the same approach that we took when we were seeking the hindrance or the reduction of the increase of school fees. Because the reality is, no student here is prepared to pay 100% of their school fee by March 31st, which is actually this Monday coming up, right? And we have to understand that the students are the highest paying stakeholders in this university, which means that the university council has to meet the needs of the students. So I'm sure no one here wants to pay their school fee. It is a simple act of conducting a feasibility research, presenting it to the university, and if needs be, seek legal counsel to see the best path for us to ensure students are not disadvantaged, especially considering we had Hurricane Melissa last year, which students still are suffering from.
But,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. But Janelle, you again. Sorry. Yes, I understand what you're saying, but my thing is, we are, how much days until we actually go into the next month? These strategies are proposal should have been done before.
They were done.
But why are we still getting emails, though, that we should pay 100%? How sure are you that these, will it be addressed, that students would have issue when they go in at when exam day come, they are going to have issues with sitting their exam. Because I was one of the students affected last year with when they talk about with the Hurricane Melissa, and they're gonna do all of that. I don't remember exactly how much, but I was one of the students who was affected by that, where they said they're gonna take up a percentage, and it wasn't updated on my portal. And it so then affected me, where I was not able to sit one of my exam. Well, I don't want that to happen to any of the students that are going to sit their exam. These things should have been done before. We should not be at the end of March, and it have not been taken care of.
I'm saying that these proposals were made to Dr. Brown from before. And this is one of the reasons why the 80% criteria was removed last semester, so that students or all students could sit their examinations. So I am telling you that the council actively is lobbying the university on these proposals. Dr. McLennan can tell you that I am, myself and Percival, as well as Kishana, we have constantly brought up these issues in academic board. I have gone to Dr. Brown and Dr. McLennan on these proposals. So I'm not saying that we sit aside and allow these things to happen. We are actively doing so.
All right, so my thing to my fellow student here, as my fellow student said before, I would advise you to choose carefully. Look on what they have done, their accomplishment, and don't let them come here, come give you no fluff. Because it's not fluff we're dealing with. We want to see action. My problem with the union I have they're too passive. I need to see that you're actually doing work on the ground. As a past student leader myself, you need to be active. I need to see that as a unit, and I'm not seeing that. And that is my problem. Hence, I've never voted for any of the candidates, because I have not seen where they have done anything. They have not been active, and that is what I want to see. So I'm hoping that when either of you become the president for the union, I'm actually seeing some change, because you cannot continue. The union cannot continue on this stretch.
Thank you, thank you. No, I'm just asking everyone with a question. The line is right here. Please ensure that you're joining the line. All right? Moving on. All right, we're limiting it to 3 questions per maximum of 3 questions per person.
Hello, good night, everyone. Excuse my voice. I would like to direct my question to Mr. Joel Brown on the cost and sober party that was supposed to be held, called Red Light, Green Light. I would like you to inform me as to why this event was not held in the past school year. Sorry, guys, my voice is gone. It's gone. I was asking why the the event Red Light, Green Light, that's a combination between cost and sober, wasn't held in the last semester.
Planning, logistics, and the design of the party was done. We were almost in the execution period, but a decision was made by the council, and I still don't have the privy of the clarity which was presumably provided on why it was not executed. But everything was in place, both from my part and the other party, which is the outgoing sober representative. However, it was not executed. It's also important to note that we hosted another party 2 weeks after. Immediately 2 weeks after.
Which party was that?
That was the Candleland party.
That was entertainment. I am sorry. I help with parties, so I volunteer my time on a Friday evening, or if it's a Saturday evening. Most, if not all events I have attended, I have put in my time and I've volunteered. I have only seen you at 1 or 2 of these events. Why is that? And you're a part of the council.
Can you repeat that question, please?
If you're a part of the council, I am not a part of the council. I have volunteered my time towards certain events that have been held at this school.
Can you be specific with the events you're mentioning, please?
I only saw you at Candyland, and The secular life of school children is a part.
Please settle down, please settle down. You may not agree, however, the students' concerns are genuine. Please allow them to ask the question. Stop interrupting. You're making the process longer than necessary.
The secular aspect is also a part of the holistic life of students. So I am asking, if you were supposed to, what would I say, be elected as a president, how would I know that you would help the children in the secular aspect of school?
Well, who introduced me on stage tonight?
That
Right?
says nothing to what you have
No,
done
what
in
we
the
are,
past.
what we also have to note, we have to understand also that as president, it would be my responsibility to facilitate events from the diverse cultures on campus, which means there will be no discrimination towards those students who enjoy secular events. Now, they will be facilitated, but within my capacity as the representative, I would not participate personally, but still fulfill a function, hence why you saw me within those parties.
Okay, hold on, one more. If you were able to carry such an artist or such a presence to your campaign, no, let me talk. If you are able to carry such, why didn't you pitch this person to come to one of the events?
It was pitched and it was denied by the council.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so in the interest of time, we're limiting questions to one per person. Once you've asked your question, please do not fight for the mic from me, please.
Good night, everyone. My question is also to Joel. So during your tenure as cost representative, you have butt heads with multiple individuals on the cost committee and labeled different perspectives as too emotional. So how will you demonstrate greater empathy in high-pressure situations and ensure you do not dismiss or undermine peers, particularly your female colleagues, when opinions differ?
Yes, it's very important to maintain accountability and transparency. By virtue of my personal relationship with Christ, my character stems from that integrity. However, that doesn't mean I haven't faltered at times. But what I have done is whenever there is a situation that presents itself, because I understand that sometimes I may have a condescending demeanor, which can be misinterpreted, I hold myself accountable and I approach those, whether it is publicly or privately, one, to either seek advice, counsel, or to apologize. That's my take.
Next question, please.
All right, good night, everyone. So I was about to leave, but some dorm students sent me to ask a question, and so I'm just here to advocate for my fellow, for where I live. All right, so every year it's a continuous thing where when you guys are elected, you come on the dorm and you full us up with promises, and then when you guys lose, or even when you get elected, nothing is done. For example, last year, persons would have said that we'd get new bed and etc. And then when hold on, let me talk. Thank you. And then the decision was, or the idea was, that it would have spread throughout the dorm community. However, I'm sure that my dorm did receive any. Anyways, that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to really ask is, how are we sure that when we vote for you guys and you get in office, you guys are going to cater for the dorm students? That's the question that was given to me to ask.
I asked the audience a question earlier and I'll ask it again. Which is more reliable? A man's words or his work? I can come up here and I can give you empty promises. I can tell you 100 things that I'll do for you. But the evidence provides that which I say I will accomplish will be accomplished. And you can use the work that was done within the College of Health Sciences as a representative for that.
All right, thank you for that question, Omari. So for me, I stand on my words as well. And so the dorms, for example, FARC would have come to me on the said day that they need things, and they would have asked for things, and I would have facilitated it. So where there are needs, I have advocated for them and I have facilitated those things. And so therefore, I believe that when elected, I will provide sponsorship opportunities to the dorms, especially through the sponsorship pitch and their inclusion within our sponsorship packages.
So good night. I have a question for both candidates. So as a student who has been both a resident and a commuter, I've noticed that many commuters don't understand the purpose of student union, and there's a perception that it mainly serves dorm students. So how does the student union plan to actively include and support commuters to ensure we're represented and have access to relative services and activities and school spirits?
Yeah, that's true. That's evident that we are aware of. Even, for example, when we visited the Arthur Wynne campus, some students said that they believe that no one thinks they exist because they're so secluded, and especially commuters who are not within Fusion, they have no idea what the Students' Union purpose is, which means we have to increase our physical presence on campus. So they will be induced to recognize us and see what we will do. A proposal within my manifesto is to have a sports day specifically for commuters, right? Because we know that Fusion is actively engaged, but we need to engage the other students within our university. So those are some proposals, just taking a strategic approach by increasing engagement, which will induce participation and awareness.
All right, one of the solutions to solving that is that I have proposed that I will create a commuters representative on my task force to gather the needs of the students. Because I recognized during Hurricane Melissa, when we had foods or meals prepared by the university, we could not source or effectively source the commuting students because there was no set group with all the commuters in the group. And so I believe a representative would adequately get the needs of the students and translate it to the Students' Union Council. In terms of engagement, I have already engaged Dr. Brown in having a general sports day where we can all participate within the university community. So that's also in Papine, Slipen Road, commuters, Fusion, everybody can participate because we do not have classes on that day.
All right, good night again. So my question is based on the growing concerns. Based on the fire lines thus far, we've recognized that candidates have had people come forth expressing certain allegations relating to safety of not only our female knights, but just in general. How do you, as our potential future candidates, planning to ensure that the students' safety is prioritized at all times?
Some specific concerns that were raised from Fusion, excuse me, and other members of the wider university. The approach that I would take to address them is first, I realize that anyone has the access to enter and exit the campus within the wee hours of the night. And I think that something should be implemented that after 9 p.m., students or personnel should be checked, just to ensure that we understand the purpose of them being on campus and why they are here. Because there have been instances where dorm females were being walked down by males in hoodies, and you will have these security guards who just look and walk past. They don't ask questions. So one, we need to approach safety and security for them to determine how we will get these security personnel engaged during certain hours on campus to protect the security of students. And of course, with the strategic placement of various lights, which FMD is working on to ensure that we have visibility throughout the entire university.
In terms of safety on campus, I would have advocated for solar lights to be placed on campus so that the university doesn't say, okay, we're increasing bills because of light. And so I've procured solar lighting from a specific alum who will donate those if elected or when elected. Additionally, I have engaged JCF and the Ministry of National Security to have campus police on campus from 6 p.m. onwards so that students feel safe. And these security personnel will be armed in cases of emergency. In cases of the allegations, I believe that these should be reported, and there is a reporting system that the university has upheld regarding complaints of sexual harassment or allegations regarding that.
Thank you. Moving on. Just asking the candidates to keep their responses direct and a little bit shorter.
Good night. This question is to Ms. Gordon. Now, there is a message that we did not have on this council, which is unity. Now, why has this council become divided into after the president versus the rest of the council? And why, as president advisor on a potential president, now being identified as one of the root causes of the council decline, how do you identify the situation and how do you intend to fix the situation moving forward, as well as to ensure that the council, let me repeat.
Slow down as well.
All right, let me slow down. No, there is a message that this council did not have, which is unity. This council failed to have it. No, this council has become divided into office of the president versus the rest of the council. No, why as the president advisor and a potential president now being identified as one of the root causes of the council's decline and divide, how do you intend to address this and fix the situation going forward and trusting current and returning council members to trust you in your candidacy as president?
One, I do not agree with the stance that the council is divided in terms of OOP, and that OOP stands for Office of the President and the council. I believe that there are some disagreements that occur between different members, but I do not think that's a starch differentiation or a starch disunity per se. However, what I plan to do, and I have done that before, is that I have brought in external members, ex officio members, to address certain issues whenever there is disunity. Mr. Knight can tell you that he came here during summer semester. He was one of the first persons that came here during summer semester when we were having issues by the conference room, Mr. Knight. So I have taken practical steps to ensure that where there is disunity, there are persons, whether externally, whether from, if there's an issue happening, whether in OOP, we have always sought external personnel to help us. External personnel being persons from a previous council or university personnel such as Mrs. Pottinger.
Next person.
Good night. My question goes to Ms. Gordon. Your manifesto includes a large number of initiatives across many areas. What are your top 3 priorities, and how will you realistically execute them within one term?
So one, I would have spoken earlier that a lot of these initiatives, they are in collaboration with different entities as well as in collaboration with personnel within the council itself. And so that's how I plan to realistically get them done. As well as I do not come with an unrealistic manifesto because I start the work before I put them on the manifesto. So I would have engaged the persons who are necessary for funding, for partnerships, or for collaboration to ensure that it is effective, it is feasible. How it will be done is through collaboration, as I mentioned earlier. And the top 3 are the policies, 2, the transportation for JCOL students that are doing practicum, and 4thly, it's reviewing constitution to ensure that 1, the Western campus has a better autonomy, as well as there is representatives for joint colleges and the School of Public Health. Well, the joint colleges itself.
Moving on to the next person.
Good night, everyone. My question is to Ms. Gordon.
It is alleged that you are behind. Could you all get yourselves together, please? It is alleged that you are behind a page posting what one would call mix-up. This, could you get yourself together, madam? This page post, I did not say it's true or false, I'm asking. This page posts derogatory and demeaning things to students, especially those of my faculty. What would you have to say in this regard?
One, the first thing is that those allegations aren't true. Last year, they would have said something alluding to that. I do not engage in those activities, and there is absolutely no evidence of me doing so. First of all, persons were the one that brought that to me. I believe it was Mr. Martin who brought that page to my attention in the first year. And this year, the person who brought it to me, I think it was either Kishona or some other students. I would never engage in those activities because I do not have those time to waste.
All right, moving on. All right, we're going to be moving on to the other questions, please. Please settle down. Please settle down. Please ask a question.
Good night again. So my question is to Ms. Gordon. Okay, so I'll begin. Many of your proposals rely heavily on partnerships and funding. So what concrete plans do you have if those external partners don't come through?
I would have mentioned earlier that I secure partnerships before I write something on my manifesto. Within the networking opportunities.
Could you please allow her to actually respond to the question? Make sure answer the question, no, please.
I have built a very good network for myself, and within those network, I don't believe that I should just sit at the table, but my voice should be heard at every table or every room that I enter in. And so I have always asked for partnerships, for collaboration, for students. And so before I even wrote my manifesto, I asked or I reached out to the different entities and partnerships, or not partnerships, but the companies that I want to use and fund my manifesto. And so these are secured things. I can speak of Solar Light that is already secured from an alum. I can also speak of JUTC that is already secured because I actively engage persons. I don't speak of promises, I speak of action.
Good evening, candidates. Good evening, candidates. So I'm asking a question on behalf of a student in the crowd. And the question is for both candidates. And the question is, how are you going to promote commuters' participation in late-night events? Because as a commuter, the event starts too late with zero concerns with transportation. The taxis and buses don't run that late. And if you drive to the event, are you promoting drunk driving if the event is a party?
Firstly, for commuting students who, I'm going to use parties because engagement does not only stem to parties. And so I'll use the party example. For parties this semester, I would have asked for shuttles to be provided from these parties. And so the Love Bus drivers were engaged through Mr. Rajay Tomlinson and Mr. Percival Roberts, and they had shuttles to provide students from parties as well. Apart from that, I believe someone would have said that I believe in drinking responsibly. That is the reason why we have one of our campaigns here on campus. So it's not driving drunk, but it's drinking responsibly or enjoying yourself. Party right, drink light at the parties.
Next question.
Commuting.
My bad.
Commuters'
Go ahead, sir.
engagement aren't only limited to parties. However, in this specific instance, I know that there are already shuttles provided for those who would travel to and from these locations. And of course, the Students' Union already utilized personnel and the Health and Safety Committee to ensure that everyone is up to par coming to, during, and leaving, because the students are our main priority. But systems will be in place to ensure that you guys can have a wholesome university experience responsibly.
All right, next question.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Well, good night. Yes. I had a question, right? And it regards like I had a question, right? And it regards like security, right? Regarding some of the security, my encounters and observations with some of the security guards that I've encountered. Not saying that all of them or anything, but like I've encountered and observed them disrespecting some of the students, and some of the students feel unsafe with some of the securities. So I wanted to know if you guys have any solutions to that.
Well, the simple solution is escalation and reporting. We have a head of safety and security, and if a student does not feel safe in the presence of a security, it can and should be reported and addressed.
Where should it be reported?
To this Department of Safety and Security.
So suppose in the case where situations have been reported to that department and it was not addressed, what do we do there?
Then you approach the Student Union Council, and we will address it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Moving on, next question.
Hello, good night. I am a fellow CUS and a nursing student. I love the proposal that you made, Miss Janelle, about the practicum traveling. But I do have a small query. I'm a nursing student in my second year. During my first year, it was because guys are talking about shuttles to go to and from parties, but we do not have reliable bus drivers taking us to and from places to go on our parties. Because for one instance, we went to the Riverton dump and the Constant Spring water plant, and the bus drivers left us there abandoned for hours. We stood at the Riverton in the sun, in the smelly dump for like 5 hours. So I'm asking, how are you ensuring that these buses are carrying students to parties but are not carrying us safely to these trips that we are going for our grades or for based on the school?
So to clarify, the ones that bring persons from parties are the love bus drivers who park at the front. So those are the ones that you take to halfway tree or so on. The practicum transportation is between JUTC. However, in cases where bus drivers for UTech bus drivers are not upholding or they're not carrying out their duties effectively, what I would have encouraged in the past is that the students report it. And upon reporting, I know of bus drivers who were suspended because of that report. So once a report comes to the Students' Union, we usually escalate it to the president or to the relevant parties, and the correct measure is taken for those bus drivers. So what I can say to nursing students or students who utilize the bus system, UTech bus system, if you have issues with the bus drivers, please report them so that we can properly address them.
Thank you. Moving on. Next question. One question, please.
All right, so I'm all for nurturing those on the council, these persons that you will have on your council, and also using the resources that is within the university. I am for nurturing those persons that are on the council and utilizing resources that is within the university, right? So I noticed that you said for the policy review, you're going to be getting an attorney to come and review it. So I want to ask you, for the students, the Faculty of Law students representative that is on the council, as well as the university governance officer, how do you plan to include them? Are you saying that they're not relevant or they're not competent enough to, review and be a part of this? As well as I would like to know how you would be funding this, given the fact that the union normally sometimes has financial constraints.
Right, so those things were considered because if we intend to formally get a lawyer, we would have to pay a retention fee, which can be extremely expensive. So the intention is to get a past student either from the university, or if we have a law student who is versed enough to address these issues with the various policies and specific sector in the law that can address the issue of increasing student fees effectively, then we will utilize the resources available to us. But the intention is to get the help in the most cost-effective manner, right? And we understand that we have Mr. Palmer, the government officer for the university. But we also need to have our own in terms of the students' union in maintaining transparency and accountability.
Moving on.
Okay, so good night again. So speaking on fusion per se, for the matter that was spoken earlier for the security guards, what is the matter that would be implemented per se for the securities? As even at night times, they are sometimes sleeping. We have literal sleeping polices. What would you say? Because even if we report it, what would you implement to at least help with that?
Yes, so we have to take the same approach that the council does to the university. We present the issue and we essentially follow through to ensure that it is addressed. And if it is not addressed at the university level, then we escalate it and the university will comply. But the major difference between actually doing these things is following through, so these personnel can be held accountable, which they will be in this academic year.
Oh, I would have mentioned that I am going to introduce campus police on campus.
So would that apply to dorm students as well?
Yes, because it's on campus and it's from 6 p.m. onwards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the final questions from the floor and then move on to the online questions.
Okay, so good night. My question is for Miss Gordon. And I'm glad that we're on the topic of campus police because my question is in that regard. So read the partnership with JCF and you said they'll be patrolling from 6 p.m., right? I'm asking the feasibility. So my question is, have you spoken to King Alarm to see if they are abreast of this partnership? I would have spoken to you previously when you visited my dorm regarding the clarity, but how will you ensure that these two separate bodies see eye to eye? And this is my assumption, but in the event, right, that King Alarm workers or the security guards that we have now feel as though they are being replaced, and it can also be a possibility that JCF soldiers may feel as though they are above these workers, or policemen, right, feel as though they are above these workers. How will you ensure that there's not a clash between these two entities?
Because there are two separate duties. The securities, they are generally unarmed, and the JCF are armed police. Yes, safety and security would have been aware of this. I know that Ms. Brown, the registrar, would have also written to Mr. Kelly regarding establishing the partnership between Papine or exploring the partnership between Papine Police Station and the university itself. So yes, safety and security. However, in terms of the King Alarm feeling, I guess, undermined by the police entity, it would be two different approaches because the patrol car is responsible for just patrolling the campus at night to ensure that we are safe. Too much security can never be enough because security is a main priority of our students.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the next questions. So 2 questions were submitted by persons in the crowd earlier. They weren't comfortable coming forward, so I'll read them for you. Having said that you have been in most of the meetings, this would be towards Ms. Janelle Gordon. Having said that you have been in most of the meetings upon request and was given the opportunity to speak publicly and or nationally, do you think that you have been overly used?
I don't think I've been overly used because those are constitutional duties that I can fulfill.
Thank you for the response. Next question. This is directed to Mr. Brown. Parties are a major part of the union's fundraising efforts. Was the cancellation of red light, green light due to your religious beliefs? And if so, will this affect parties held by the union if you are the president-elect?
No, and that matter was already addressed.
Thank you,
So as the
sir.
president, we just have to facilitate all, yeah.
Answer question already. Beyond just advocating for lower prices, what specific deal or partnership will you negotiate to reduce the cost of living for students on campus? Beyond just advocating for lower prices, what specific deal or partnership will you negotiate to reduce the cost of living for students on campus?
The cost of living in terms of there are several costs of living or there are several costs here on campus. So you have tuition, you have food, you have all of that. And so as I would have mentioned in my manifesto is that farmers market will be coming on campus. That is to offer cheaper options to students. 2, I would have also said that I would provide water stations on campus to facilitate lower costs, as well as supermarket discounts and supermarket vouchers.
Thank you. Next candidate.
Right, so separate from reducing fees, we will just ensure that we continue to implement more frequent welfare, which is but not limited to care packages, breakfast drives, etc., and just allowing them to have a comfortable experience.
All right, moving on. How will you handle a situation where the university administration directly conflict with the student body's demands?
The answer is simple. I serve the students, not the administration. And while I need the administration support, I will always prioritize my students' needs over the administration.
Thank you. Next candidate.
Likewise, the students are our priority. We represent them, not the administration. So their needs, once presented, are prioritized.
Next question. What is one specific measurable metric we can use to judge your success 6 months into your term? If you don't meet it, what happens?
The measurable metric is the completion of our agenda points. And what happens is the students will be made aware and we are held accountable. Now, we will also implement the Dear Counselor platform where students can voice their opinions anonymously if they feel that some other measure needs to be taken based on performance.
Similarly, I have mentioned the accountability meter, which will govern all the different responsibilities or the different duties of a counselor, and that will be published, so you can utilize that. And secondly, if our manifesto points, especially those that we will have said should be completed within the first 30 days, are not completed.
What will happen?
And what will happen, I believe that if you are not fulfilling your duties, then you deserve to go to disciplinary committees. You deserve a chance to stand before a hearing to have a try, basically, so that students, because the disciplinary committee is there so that to hold the counselors accountable to students. And so that's the next step.
All right, thank you. Next question. What will you do to bridge the gap between academic theory and job market reality, especially regarding internships and industry networking?
Right, so we intend to implement more frequent career expositions here on campus by collaboration with the career placement unit here on campus. So each faculty will implement that, and we'll have industry workers here on campus to interact with students.
Likewise, in my manifesto, I would have mentioned that there will be internship opportunities that I have leveraged with different parties or different companies, such as all about scholarships, opportunities for Caribbeans, and the Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
All right, thank you. Moving on. How do you plan to engage the silent majority of students who pay their fees but feel the students' union doesn't represent their specific niche or interest?
One, by engagement. That's how we'll understand the needs of the students, by ensuring our physical presence is there and giving them also the space online to anonymously raise their concerns.
I have the same answer as that.
Thank you. For both candidates, your entrances are entertaining, but outside of hype, why should we trust either of you to represent us? What can you do different from the outgoing and past presidents?
For me, I would say that I have a very excellent track record of service, of work to the council. And so I believe that students can trust me with that. In terms of the difference that I will bring, I will ensure that advocacy is our main priority. I will ensure that representation is there for students. And I will give practical and feasible solutions to students' issues, such as those at JCOL who are having transportation issues.
My entrance was entertaining, but the work I've done is also proven. So what we'll ensure we'll do is change the dynamic of student engagement on campus, transparency, and how we tackle advocacy to meet all the needs of the students.
Sorry, I'm just sifting through. Some of the questions were asked already, so I'm just sifting through them quickly. So this question is directed to Janelle. Oh, someone came and asked this already. Question for Joel. How many off-campus are there? And why have you not reached out to any off-campus to ask about our concerns? How can we then put our faith in you that you will be there for us?
Well, I've reached out to a few, but not all presently. But as I said, I can always tell you that I will get your needs done, but anyone can come on the stage and say that. It is within the scope of my intentions to ensure the needs of our students across all campuses, satellite campuses, Western, Arthurwind, wherever it may be, are met through the systematic employment of engagement throughout all campuses.
All right. For both candidates, how well do you honestly believe you understand the Constitution? I struggle to have faith in either of you.
I believe my understanding is fairly well, right? Of course, I can review it a few more times to concretize some of the Constitution articles, but I believe it is fairly well. And, you know, that person is subjected to their opinion as well.
I believe that I know the Constitution very well. Councillors will tell you that I often quote it in every one of my statements. And so I love the Constitution. I like policies. And so, of course, I know the Constitution fairly well or very well.
How do you plan to mitigate against the screw face and standoff looks and actions? Both candidates.
I'm not sure I'm interpreting that question properly. So I would need some clarity on that.
I think they're probably saying how we would, you know how last year they would have said that Percy is not the most engaging or charismatic candidate. I think they're referring to that. As I said, engagement will be done. I think I'm very approachable, and so I think that's easy to be mitigated. And so you'll see your president dancing, doing all kind of things with your students or with the students.
All right, and we have 3 questions remaining. This question is directed to Ms. Gordon, and it's a long one. To Miss Gordon, you've mentioned Mr. Nicholas Lindo as a point of reference. However, it is known that Mr. Lindo has been absent from his role since his appointment to the council. He has not shown up at all, as it is also known that he has been reported multiple times as previous advisor to the president. Why is it that you believe that he has not been brought to the disciplinary committee and can currently still be known as a executive assistant of the council? As president advisor, why did you not ensure this was done?
All right, so when I referenced Mr. Lindo, I said that he would have said the advisors are the backbones of the council last year. In terms of him not being brought to the disciplinary committee, there were recommendations made, especially from Ms. McLeod, who is our secretary and is supposed to hold us accountable. However, at the time, the disciplinary committee had some faults within the committee itself in terms of structure. So they are different for knowledge basis. There are different persons who are supposed to be on the disciplinary committee. And so these persons should be nominated by our fellow councillors. And at the time, the disciplinary committee was not established properly because there were not enough nominations given. And so that is one of the reasons. But as I have always maintained, is that students or councillors who are not actively representing our students' interests should always be brought before the disciplinary committee.
All right. The second to last question, and it's for both persons. Major question. If you were to win, would you be open to be an advisor to the president? If you were to, I'm assuming they meant if you were to lose, would you be open to be an advisor to the president? That's for both persons. So if you were to lose, Ms. Gordon, would you be open to being Mr. Brown's advisor, Mr. Brown's vice versa?
Sure, as long as it's up to, I mean, it's up to Mr. Brown, but sure. I like the role of a president's advisor because I think it helps the president to effectively carry out their function.
It would definitely be something I'd consider because that would still give me the opportunity to play a part in how student needs are being met as a member on the council.
And final question. And the final question for both candidates. What would you do if a decision, if the students did not agree with a decision that you have made?
What would we do if we made a decision the students
So
don't
you've
agree
made
with?
a decision and the students outright have not agreed with it. What would you then do in that situation?
One, we have to hear their concerns and opinions. Host a town hall. Understand where we fell short so we can ensure that we do not, continue not meeting their needs. Because remember, we are trying to implement more transparency and accountability. And the solutions we present also have to be first approved by the students.
Thank you, both candidates. And with that, we're now at the...
Joel?
Sorry, my bad.
My decisions
Guys,
will always be influenced by the students, and so I don't suspect that I don't foresee that instance will ever happen.
All right, I want to say thank you to both candidates for tonight. I must say, and if you guys agree, this has been not to say last year or the previous years, the quality of the candidates weren't good. But in terms of a showcase tonight, I think tonight is the best showcase of leadership in terms of the spirit of elections I've seen in a long time. And I really believe that either of you win. I don't have a vote, and thank God I don't. But I'm really happy, and I hope that whoever wins, that you will execute on the things that you have to do. The council needs to be rebuilt, and the students are depending on you. All the best going forward. See you next week. When are the final vote, Percy? Tuesday. All right, Percy.
Good night. Good night, everyone. I will now present my manifesto. I'm kidding. I want to say, well, it's after 10:43, and I still see a lot of students here supporting either candidates. So I want to say thank you guys for coming out to support your respective candidates. A lot of things were said tonight. Some things I'm told I should leave them alone. So I will do so. But I just want you guys to know that voting opens tomorrow. It should open roughly about 10 a.m. You'll see an advisory, and it ends on the 31st of this month. Voting is being done online. Yes, it's being done online, and you'll receive instructions on how to vote. The voting ends, well, it ends on the 31st, and results show is also on the night of the 31st. So on that fateful night, you will find out who your new Students' Union Council president is. So I'm encouraging everyone and your faculty representatives, thank you so much, and your executives as well.
Please, guys, if you have taken chairs out of the drawing room, we're asking that you do not leave them in the park and you carry them back.
To both candidates, I'm encouraging you guys, irrespective of the outcome, to continue holding a strong position in student leadership and don't give up hope. So no matter what happens, no matter what the outcome is, please ensure that you continue to uphold the values of advocacy and student-centeredness. Thank you.
And with that, we'll now have the prayer, and then we can all leave. Mr. Michael Lewis, Director of Spiritual Director.
Let us pray. Father, we give you thanks for today's proceeding. We give you thanks, mighty God, for being here with us. And Lord God, as we charge home, Lord God, I pray that you cover each and every individual who was present here tonight, mighty God, underneath your undiluted blood. Father God, we send forth, mighty God, the angels to watch over them, mighty God, and to provide a clear path before them, mighty God. We decree and declare safe journey home in the mighty and precious name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, students. Thank you, candidates. Good night.